Ordis wonders, why is he here? Ordis supposes everyone has to be somewhere. Ready for action.
Dude's attitude skew ya. She's an odd bird, but she'll kit you with anyone asks. We never talked. One particular taxman overseer has been giving us no end of trouble. We've tried to hit him before, but he always disappears. I like it. I know where you need to go. Wait up. I've had to pull the protection detail from our resource extractors. Think you can protect those excavators till the process is complete? Excavator drop initialized. Protect them. you're doing, then react. Then it's all diminishing returns. Time's short. Go, go, go! Toward the end, their emergency comms got real interesting. I want you to check something out. This is the place. New shipment about to teleport in. Taken for all they're worth. Every last credit. Take this obelisk reporting first shipment's being down. That's your cue, Sparky. Another shipment. Move fast. Rockets lead off with one. Be more careful. More coming in. Pick him up. Case retrieved. Reports a second beam line. Don't let the taxman lay a hand on any of it. That's one for us. Got more coming in. Pick 'em him up! Let's see what we've got. Right. Here we go. You've got very little time to steal as much Corpus cash as you can. The VIP will be heading the Corpus response. Once he shows, kill him and make off with all that money. Across the board. Don't let up. They figured out what we're up to right on schedule. Nothing gets a taxman to pop his head up like threatening his income stream. Leg it, he won't linger. A regular stiletto in the night you are. It was over before it began. Light applause, Sparky. Light applause.
If lost upon the plains outside Cetus, you may derive sustenance from mineral-dense termite droppings, which the Ostrons call Ito Da. You may also never form a consonant again, but at least you will not be dead. Ready for action. uncompromising.
We await sacrifice. You are these will feed the fire. These may help the flow. With these, you may punish our enemies. You are a fire, as feared as you are respected. You that you are respected.
Operator, Ordis is picking up a distress signal. Wait, no. It's just the corpus peddling their wares again.
Get off the emergency frequency!
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you. Ha ha.
This war... Alright, you're in. I hope you prove me wrong. I've been burned before.
What an interesting place. I appreciate you doing this task for me.
We are here to excavate long-buried artifacts crucial to our cause, marking the first dig site. Excavator is ready to go. Use fuel cells to keep it powered while protecting it from enemy fire. Carrier foes. Strike them down and bring their cells back to the excavators. This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields. An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site. excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. Is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields. Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protect it from enemy fire. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site. Is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields. Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protect it from enemy fire. An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site. Excavator stalled. Find another fuel cell and take it to the excavator. Find another cell and bring it to the unpowered excavator. Look for power carrier foes. Strike them down and bring their cells back to the excavators. Is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields. Excavator destroyed. That artifact is now lost to us. Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site. Stalled. Find another fuel cell and take it to the excavator. Is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields. Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire. An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site. Excavator has lost power. Find another cell and bring it to the unpowered excavator. This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields. Excavator destroyed. That artifact is now lost to us. Keep fighting and excavating. When you need it, extraction is ready for you.
Operator, Ordis has determined the secrets to happiness. A combination of heightened dopamine levels and a terrible memory. You're welcome!
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
An interesting place. I appreciate you doing this task for me.
This will only get more difficult. Get to a terminal and prepare for enemy resistance. Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend. Keep moving. None of the scanners have detected you. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend. We are finished here. Move on. Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Hacked. Keep moving. Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment. Still working on it. Continue to defend. The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
Watch yourself. Grineer are on the way.
Another job well executed. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures. The enemy would rather destroy their data than let it get into our hands. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. We've got robots inbound. Alarms have been triggered. You need to retrieve that data before the data destruction is complete. Data integrity verified. Retrieval was successful. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Alarms! Data destruction is imminent. You need to hurry. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. will have to suffice. Get to extraction. Walkers incoming. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
If lost upon the plains outside Cetus, you may derive sustenance from mineral-dense termite droppings, which the Ostrons call Ito-Da. You may also never form a consonant again, but at least you will not be dead.
If he ever does deep crash and sword attack, you deflect it, you can still use the system without deal some damage. I'm not sure if this is something that couldn't be changed, or the mod ought to just have a shield of kindness and a complete darkness full of heart, but I'm thankful for it. But you know what I'm not thankful for? The fact that this fight took 18 minutes! Now, listen, I'm no on-ball, okay? I wasn't playing at Giga Chad peak here, but I wasn't fumbling around with my dipstick in my hand either. 18 minutes for a single fight is absurd. And yes, I know, Fist only Elden Ring Doom, Fist only this. This isn't Fist only. This is a regular sword against a boss with only 2 health bars. It's a bit much. But, to remember to grab that stupid flower this time and make my way back to the corrupted monk. Now, I know there is a cheese for this where you fistful of Asher and Snapseeds and such, but I wanted to square it legit. After all, it's just a 1v1. I hope.
As ready as you will
Most
ever
of her
be.
kit is actually the same as normal. She does have this really fast triple jump spin she'll do after some attacks, but it has a long enough startup that you'll see coming. Another new move is when she does 2 jumping attacks in a row, and the second one has this really fast follow-up, basically unreactable, so you just have to know it's a combo. She does have this really cool new move where she backs up and someone's like, oh, it just does the 3 jumping attacks section. But the first time she did this, I nearly had a heart attack thinking I would need to fight 2 of them, which, with as much health and posture as she has, it probably would have been the end of the run. But it's just a temporary illusion. On the note of the end of this run, however, if you take a gander at the YouTube playback bar, you might notice that this video is almost over. Don't worry, my dear friends, I have not given up. At the time of writing this, I'm up to True Monk, actually. Spoilers for the Corrupted Monk fight here, but the truth is, I severely underestimated the amount of time this mod would take to complete. I legit sat there like, yeah, quick mod adventure, 2 weeks in and out, it'll be over. No, we're like 4 weeks and 700 gigabytes in. I guess I could have just kept going, but with how much hard drive space it would fill up, this would be the only video I'd have to work on, so I needed a little bit of a break. I don't really want to make videos in parts, but I didn't see much other option here, so stay tuned for the next, probably at least 2 more parts of this video. To end this off, though, the Corrupted Monk goes down after only like 10 minutes of fighting. Hey everyone, thanks for watching this week's video. This mod.
I beat every boss in Lies of P using their own weapon. And I know what you're thinking. You can't use the Black Rabbit Brotherhood's weapon. I might have figured out a little way to do it. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the video. Goodbye. Okay, so this playthrough, I've got it set up and all the boss weapons right here. Yeah, so try and squeeze in another challenge room before the DLC comes. So we're basically going to fight each boss with their own weapon. It's a cool little twist, not too many people do it. So the first weapon, strong, he's charged. Oh, I'm looking forward to playing this challenge run because I've not actually used like half of the boss weapons, so this will be fun as well. You know what I mean? Be good, good fun. I think the only like boss weapons I got to use, or like I wanted to use, was the Twin Dragon Sword because it's a samurai sword. That's dope. And in the last video, the main weapon I used was like a combination of the 2 of my challenge run. Which also, by the way, thank you for getting me to 1,000 subs with the last video. I'm a YouTuber now. Could have quit my job. Let's fight the first boss. First try on delete channel. Let's go. Oh my god, that's so cool. Nice. This is pretty sick. Yeah. I think we might be alright. I think the channel might be safe. Oh. And he got that off. Bam, bam. Bam. But like, on first try, the channel is safe. Let's keep going now. This challenge needs to be a speedy one. The DLC comes out soon, man. Oh my god, the next boss was the Mad Donkey. He uses the big cleaver, doesn't he? Also, bosses you have to beat to progress. I'm not beating like, I'm not going to fight like that crazy owl guy and that shit. I'm going to use, it's just on bosses you have to beat to progress. I don't know what I'm going to do when I get to the gatekeeper mine, but you'll have to see. Stay tuned. Lie. Here we go, bitch. Imagine every boss fight is that quick. Big chopper. Like, if you're from the UK, you know what a big chopper is, eh? Well, what am I going to do against the Black Rabbit Brotherhood? Now I think about it, the Black Rabbit Brotherhood don't have, like, a weapon that you get off beating them, do they? Because they don't have, like, an Ergo, do they? We're going to have to Google. We'll just fly through this all to beat the bosses. It's actually going to be really sucky. When because I'm used to using the fast weapons, I enjoy them. This one is really slow. So much I forget about this game, like from starting it from scratch every time. I prefer like the New Game Plus. Like once you get the like New Game Plus free, it just levels out. So the lowest run. But everyone just schizophrenic. Oh, piss. Right, let's go and beat the donkey. I'm the devil. Today, thank you to Warfrem for sponsoring this video. Shortly after starting the game, you can speak with this woman who will give you a Beltron, which can send you back in time to the Grotto City to eventually fight Lady Butterfly. Just before a fight, you come across this man, Inosuke no, the son of the woman that gave you the charm. He warns you of Lady Butterfly's dreadful illusion techniques. Looking closely at his face, it seems he's bleeding from his eyes, but it appears to be a fresh wound, implying he was just blinded during his fight.
A rubber band power plane can be wound up to store energy that can then be used to power a propeller or flight. And whilst the well-built plane can achieve impressive flight times, it still takes time to wind up the rubber band. So I want to build a 21st century wind-up plane using modern building techniques and supercapacitors that can be wound up in a matter of seconds using a hand crank generator, resulting in flight times that far exceed their winding time. A big thank you to the HP Seabird Fury and Intel for sponsoring today's video. Now, storing energy as electricity inside of a supercapacitor is very
Took that guy out. Hey guys, it's ICU. In today's video, I had the greatest ghillie sniping.
Whatever.
Took that guy out. Hey guys, it's ICU. In today's video, I had the greatest ghillie sniping gameplay that I've ever gotten in Warzone history. And I've played a ton of games of Warzone using ghillie suits, but none of them compared to this match right here. This was perfectly executed. No deaths at all. Just pure ghillie sniping. So for today's gameplay, we're rocking the Victus XMR with the Air is Clear shot. It has no blend, the Nil Sound 90 silencer, the Mag 8 33.5 super barrel, the level aim bipod, and the 50 cal high velocity rounds. And you guys have been requesting the long rounds, so here's the build for that. We are running this today. So yeah, without any further ado, let's go ahead and get on into the gameplay. Alright, we're landed in. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and get our loot up. Let's try to get load up money early. Alright. Oh, care package. Nice. See if we can get a lucky specialist. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Let me go ahead and run in here real fast to get the rest of this stuff. Precision airstrike, dude. Nice. We are getting looted early here. And it did not have specialist, unfortunately, but it did have a self-revive. Perfect. Alright, let me go ahead and throw this down for some extra plates. Let me grab this recon drone. Guy right there. Hold on, let's move up on him. What's this guy doing? He's getting to move on. Got him. He had no plates. Absolute W. Let's get his money. He had a sniper rifle. Nice. Hold on, actually, I'm gonna keep this on me. Wait. Somebody's over here. Y'all see that? Oh, hold on. Let's go to set up this recon drone. Somebody's right in the field. What are they doing, bro? Hello? Okay. Interesting gameplay. Bro's just standing there. By the way, I am in normal solos. This is not casual. Let's go get this guy's loot. What do you have on him? Okay, he was pretty looted. What was this guy doing? Very weird. Alright, I'm gonna try to get looted up here. I'm not really close to a loadout, but we'll try. Ooh, throwing knife. It's gonna come in handy. Very stealthy. People are fighting up at Stadium. Hold on, that's right next to me, man. Let me get the sniper out real quick. Where are these people at? They were right up here. I'm on recon drone. Damn it, man. Where? Right there. this guy. Hopefully he had loadout money on him. Let's see. Let's jump right up here. Oh, wait a minute. This guy was stacked. Yes, sir. He had loadout money. Alright, let's go buy that real quick. I think this guy had a loadout for himself. Where'd he get all that loot from, man? There's a helicopter right over here. Hope this guy's not over here still. You know what? I'm gonna run over here to the left. I don't trust that at all. Let's go buy our loadout at our usual spot that we land at. Person up in the air. Got people fighting up there. Alright, going down a loadout right here. Perfect. Let's wait on this to land. I don't see anybody around. I think we're good. Alright, let's grab that real fast. Beautiful. Alrighty. Victus XMR and Lockman Shroud. This is gonna get very dicey. Oh, shoot, right on my left, bro. Dog, what are these people doing? Was this the same guy that went AFK? I think it was. I gotta go, here, right here. Took him out. What's he doing, bro? I'm so confused right now. These are some interesting plays made by these people. Alright. Zone's pulling in. I'm gonna go straight to the left, break up to the top of the map. At least up in the mountains. Guys climbing the ladder. Missed my shot. What's this guy doing? Wiped him out. He's dead. Alright, let's move. I don't know if you guys like the increase in gameplay audio. I did it for immersion purposes. If you guys want me to turn it down for the next video, I will do, but I'm trying to get you guys as immersed as possible. This is the gameplay I love right here. Just stealthy, immersive. I'm gonna keep moving this way. I'm on UAV. Whoever has it has bird's eye. This ghost is not taking effect right now. Vehicle. Straight on my left. It's getting parked up here. I think this guy's the UAV. Damn it. I missed. Cracked him. I don't think he has a one-shot sniper. I'm moving back. Downed him. Placing a PA on him. Backing off. He's definitely gonna get moved, man. Alright. PA did nothing. Unfortunately, I think I placed that a little bit too late. I don't see him. Where's he at? Dog, where'd he go? What in the world? I don't see him up there. Alright. I'm gonna break left. Try to confuse this guy. Let's get behind him. Let me move through the brush here. See, did this guy predict this movement? I don't know. I'm just waiting to see a scope lit right now, man. Hopefully that is not the case. I think this guy left, man. I don't think he knows I've moved over here. Pretty sure. Alright, I think we're good. Don't know where he went. Maybe he pushed down into lumber. This is a good little hill to get up on, though. Let me go ahead and push up here. Alright, I don't see anybody. Maybe he took his vehicle down here. This is a parked car. It's slightly damaged. Is that a guy right there? No. Interesting. Alright. I'm gonna keep an open eye right now, just to make sure nobody's around here. Alright. We gotta get moving, man. This zone is not playing around right now. I think I'm gonna move to the right. I don't know if that's risky or not. Actually, you know what? I think I should move to the left. This is a weird zone. It's pulling, like, not entirely on the side of the map, but kind of. It's more toward the middle. As you guys can see, this is like a port zone. Nothing inside so far. I think we should be safe. I'm not sure, man. This is kind of scary. Alright. I'm gonna get moving. Let me pull out the MP5 real quick. Let's get booted up. Ooh, UAV. That's actually really good. It's very useful to rotate. Alright. Yeah, 2 people over in lumber. Alright, we're safe to move.
Have you
What is
survived
that?
arbitration?
That's a tracer or something,
Honors
dude.
await you.
That looks toxic as crap. Somebody just bought a UAV on the buy station. Alright, we're pushing in the zone here. This is gonna get risky, man. This is a farmland zone. Farmland zones are never freaking safe. People can be anywhere over here. Alright, we're moved up. Took that guy out. He was moving slow. Is there somebody else in that building? I don't know. Let's push up a little bit. I'll throw this in attack stance just in case. Helicopter behind me. He's got a heartbeat sensor, I think. I'm gonna go pick it up off of him. Yep, nice. Heartbeat sensor acquired. Alrighty. I'm gonna go gatekeep these guys that are gonna have to move in from lumber. This might be a little bit toxic, but I don't care. Alright, let's get posted up. Right here. Can I throw the bipod down? No, I can't. It's a little bit too much of an incline. Let's try to get a better angle. Right there. Down. He moved around the corner. Damn it, man. This helicopter's gonna be an issue, man. We gotta take care of this thing early. I disabled it? No shot. This guy's no clue where he's getting shot from. Alright, can't kill that guy. Cracked him. Where's this guy going, man? He's going all the way over there. Alright, we gotta turn around. Let's get to zone. That's what we should be worried about right now. Glad I disabled that helicopter. A lot of people have been doing the heli strat lately. I actually died to somebody doing that the other night. It was very, very annoying. I couldn't look up all the way to shoot him down. Because this game, for some reason, limits your ability to look up, which is just very strange. That guy just stopped as soon as I shot, man. Brother, what? Alright. Beautiful. Cluster strike. Let's keep an eye out. Seems like there's a few people over here. Landing in. Broke him. Missed the second shot. He just got absolutely ambushed up there, man. Alright, I got the kill. Alright, I'm gonna move this way. Somebody's up in this house. Pretty sure. Yep, 2 of them. 2 people up in this house, man. I'm gonna get an angle on that window.
Orders has been interfacing.
They're like right next to each other.
AI presets. You could say we
Down.
forged a new connection.
Alright, kill confirmed. There's another one we have to worry about. Yeah, he's like that way. I think he's downstairs. Somebody's landing in on him. Uh-oh, he's up there, bro. Right there. Oh, they're fighting. Somebody got murked up there. Alright, I'm gonna move this way. Let's reload. This is so risk, man. I don't like this zone that we're in right now. See if he peeks out of this window again. Oh my god. That was such a bad play. Killed him anyways. I did not mean to miss that bad. I gotta go get this guy's loot. Come on now. See what he had. Holy loot, brother. Oh my gosh. These guys were stacked. Alright, let's move. 13 alive. 10 kills. out there. Where's he going? Just saw him. Snoop Dogg.
As ready as you will ever
Missed
be.
my shot. Very scary. Let's get out of here. He placed a cluster on me. He's right there. He's right there. Downed him. What an idiot. Let's get moving. That's why you don't push fights you don't think you can win, brother. Somebody got murdered over here, man. Jailbreak. Dang, man. That's heavily unfortunate. Took that guy out. Alright. 12 kills to my name. I don't know how I'm gonna move to this zone, man. This is a freaking AIDS zone. My gosh, look at this thing. Port. Right there. Okay, I gotta move, man. Missed both of my snipes on that guy. He's moving around. Do I have a guy on my left? I hear something. That's sketch. Holy crap, look at all the people. He just died to fall damage. There's a guy right here. He's getting sniped at. Downed him. Killed him. Terminator. I needed to get that guy out of here. Very bad. Glad I did. We gotta pay attention to our surroundings here. Somebody's landing it up there. He just got killed. Shots on right. Took him out of the air. Right here. Somebody is literally right next to me, brother. Come on, man. What are you doing? Got him. Let's move. That target's on my left. Dog, there's people literally everywhere. Somebody's in a freaking vehicle, bro. That is AIDS. That's sniper left. Somebody's for sure. Oh, no, brother. He's up there. Alright, let's revive. He got shot. Got the guy out of here. 1v1. I know where the last one is. Got him. Holy crap. What an absolute beautiful game right there. I was whipping my shots. I was so nervous, man. I'm so glad that pulled back down on his head. Holy crap, man. Wow. That might have been one of my cleanest games I have ever had. Holy crap, bro. Whew. My heart is racing a little bit, man. I'm not gonna lie. Damn, bro. Look at this. Getting out of there. Nice. Probably shouldn't have peeked that last guy like that, because I could have easily died. But we got out of there alive. Let's go, man. My heart is racing. You guys can probably hear my voice shaking right now.
What is up, everybody? In this video, we're going to be opening Elden Ring with the Coated Sword. My god, it is wild. This weapon is a straight sword that is very unique because it deals pure holy damage. Holy damage can be incredibly useful throughout the game, but for a normal known at 80%, it's pretty much the worst damage type. Oh boy, there's that 80% right there. That's why we're going to be doing the DLC percent for this run instead, so we can see its true potential. Oh boy, I got lucky, dude. If she didn't stun, that might have been too much damage there.
also thought it'd be fun to do wield 2 coated swords on this run, because I hadn't done a dual wield straight sword no hit run before. If you like runs such as this one, make sure to subscribe, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Cody. Cody Wan Genobi. It's pretty funny. Making myself at the start of the boss maps. I was given the Physic, Telescope, Finger Separer, and then in this case, Code Sword. This is actually the first weapon that is like straight up cheat engine to get. There have been a couple other ones, like, you know, the lady that I cheat engine to Grace to go get. And then Hand of Millennia, obviously, I cheat engine to Grace to get. I guess I'll check picking up the Stone Sword Key on the bridge, maybe. Yeah, because I'm doing cheat engine on this, I thought it'd be fun to do too. Sync 1. Coated swords. I haven't done a single attempt of this yet. Like, this, the reason is because we spent a while trying to figure out, and not really a while, but we spent a while trying to figure out what to do for this one. But no, this one's, like, we haven't done a single run yet. So, let's just see here. Well, the stone swords are to get into the old Aldous. It's actually safe. Oh yeah, this is good. Back here. Yeah, but those are the 2 quick ones for sure. Look at this here. Oh god. Surely won't click a keyboard button. Can't see much of the screen at this point. Enough though. Okay, we got that. Now we can cheat Bellbright Hunter. But that's his cone, though. Like, that's his cone because he got neutered, like, a few days ago. I don't know if I've actually gotten hit because of the cats at all. It definitely, like, done stuff like that, but I can't think of actually getting hit because of it. Although, this might be the time. Oh, yep, and there it is. There's the spacebar press. There it is. Okay. But no, it actually is fixed. So we got that. Let's go to Volcano Manor now. Like, the big problem that I kind of have with this run is that the setup's pretty damn long. That's the one thing I'm concerned about. Like, this definitely has well, maybe not by far the longest setup, but it has a pretty long setup, especially because I need to get 2 +6s here.
Now, just in case some of you ain't doing all this out of the kindness of your hearts.
Yeah, I think Braggart increases your overall damage.
Till then.
And like, yeah, so I think so. Should. Okay, Gold Bow. But yeah, we use Gold Bow Howl on this run because we're a Fate build, like basically pure Fate. But yeah, this moveset, this weapon, very fun to use. As you know, there's another stone sword here that's like actually directly on the way. Like I said though, this stream will or this session of like today's stream will be shorter than normal, I think, because I didn't sleep very long last night. And I woke up,
There is a large platoon of Grenier Marines stationed here. Leave no one standing.
Every 10 seconds. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Yeah. Less fair in some cases, and also I haven't fun as much. So harder, less fair, and haven't fun as much. Not combo. Okay, so we need we basically just pump fade at this point. Guess right? I think that's fine. All right, let's go take out this avatar. I don't know where to go from. Like, I don't know which one's better. Yeah, less fair, like, the 80% bosses, for the most part, like, at least with all the strats we've got and stuff, there's nothing really that's super garbage except maybe Gideon. Even Elden Stars at this point. I very rarely will get hit by Elden Beast at this point, because I've fought him a lot. Elden Stars basically solved, and that's it. Like, I'm very consistent on Elden Beast. Other than that, on an 80%, like, who really would cause problems? Fire Giant, maybe? I just kind of want to get Gold Vow, at least, for this guy. I mean, I have two options. I can go plus 10 for the other avatar, or get Sacred Tier, or the Holy Tier plus Howl for this guy. They can probably balance out. Yeah, with upgrades, hardly anyone. Yeah, exactly. But the DLC, it's just like Consort and Beam. Oh, comes not very well. Excellent. Consort can be, Romana can be with the AoE, potentially. But yeah, it's also just the fact that I haven't bought this one as much.
It's time for Nora to say goodnight.
Oh shit, I got kind of lucky. That guy was coming to just smoke me right there. I got so lucky there. Hey, holy crap, there was a guy over there. So basically, getting to Summer 7, we have three options. We can fight Noble. We can do the skip around Noble and then go around and get Sunshine. Or we could do the third option, which is what I'm doing right now, which is the skip. That I totally missed. Might take me a try or two. That was so poorly done. There's +9. Yeah, I was actually thinking about that, the Academy skip, but I've literally never been able to do it, so. Not a single time have I been able to do that. I haven't tried that many times, I guess, but. Okay, so now we go over here. I do wonder, though, if we only went with one coded sword, how long would this route be? Because basically what I'm trying to... Oops. What I'm trying to figure out is... I should have got the secret sword, which I totally forgot.
Valeria.
Dangerous to go get it. You can just like lose the run. You mistime it. But yeah, if we only went with one, I wonder how long it would take this route. Because yeah, basically I'm just curious if other weapons would be fun to do. I'm dead. I did not mean R1 there. Yeah, see, I should have done Sacred Scorpion. That should have been like the first thing I did. And you know what? On this route, I wonder how many souls I get from getting Sacred Scorpion. Which maybe that's enough for...
Sorrowful soprano.
You know, maybe I should only do this run with one of the weapons. Not gonna be as fun though, but I'm so curious with the red. With only picking up one. And upgrading one, because we would have been fighting the van by now. Because I wouldn't even which doesn't hey, Dan, we want to go to Volcano because we were everyone last night. Plus 6. I wouldn't say much faster. Surely this cheese goes correctly. You can just loot them if you don't do this correctly. Like if you go too quick and but obviously this is like the same time. But surely that's close enough. This should be the first thing I did. jumping is kind of bad here, but it is +9, so it can't be that bad. I don't think it's the first run where I didn't get Blue Dancer, but there are very few runs where I don't get Blue Dancer charm at this point. I think maybe I definitely didn't get it when I did the Giant Pressure Braggart's run. Oh. But other than that, I kind of feel like I got it on every single run. I don't Night Rain for the most part. Yeah, definitely for the most part, but I'll play it. I guess the DLC comes out in what, like a week and a half or something. Get the Dagger. Want something for Sacred Order as well. Oh. Yeah, it's too good for no bid, yeah. And even if your weight's sitting around like 12 or 13 or something, like it's still better than pretty much getting the boss in that bit. I was thinking about it. I mean, I've only used it in one spot, which is I guess 2 spots maybe. It's the we're gonna kill the Ghost Flame here. I can also use the Mineral and Bird section, I guess, but yeah, basically this run right now is a little bit of a test. See how this works out, how long it ends up being. Because I don't want. Well, ideally, this route should take around an hour, like hour 40 max. Is I think reasonable. Just because when I do a normal 90%, it's pretty much an hour 40 max at this point with all this racing that is. We also need to get some here too. I can wait to get it. Actually, probably a good way to do it would be, there's a Spirit Scrim over there that I could use to get taken up to, yeah, that makes way more sense actually. When you get 2 summons upgrades, no, there's no way to do 15 minutes. Because what it would save is having to pick up the 2 Stone Swords, which takes like no time, plus going hold on this. That's what it would save, and then when we actually get into the DLC, so not how it saves about like 3 minutes maybe 4, and then in the DLC it takes us we do kill an actual boss, so we kill the Ghost Flame Dragon for the extra time. Oh, I did. Oh, I kind of missed it. My plan was to not do it that way. I don't know what my plan was. I guess I'll go get this one. I was thinking I would unlock that one, then go with Spirit Scrim. But the problem is that like aggro's a thing. Where is that Spirit Scrim? Pretty sure it's up that direction. I guess I'm gonna run back to it. takes a very small amount of stamina, and it's so damn fast for 30 poise damage. Like it lands 2 charged R2s in the time that most weapons land 1. Because the thing that's missing is the actual damage. Like it just doesn't do that much damage. It's not bad, but it's you're better off obviously just using 2-handed start pulls. Obviously. Yeah, that guitar run was pretty insane. But it's just fun to see these. I wish they just put a grace next to it. I don't know why they did that. It's in this game. There's a spot in a quest, a current spot that you need to go to several times in a quest. They put a grace a little bit far away from it. So you go to the military quests like that, or go to Gallery's Shack a bunch of times. Here you gotta come back here 3 times or 2 if you really go first. I don't know if I like how this run is balanced, man. So if I compare this to normal 80% by now, we'd be basically fighting DTS, depending on the run, like, I mean, a lot of runs are DTS by now, and that's like 1, 2, 3, 4 main bosses we have to kill. This one we've only killed 1. But yes, Salugas also have the exact same thing. Like they just, I don't know what the point of that is, not to put a grace there. In all of these quests, I just why not just put a grace next to it? I gotta do. Typically add playtime. I definitely do not think activating certain graces should lock you out of other ones. It's crazy, dude. I forgot we don't have stealth right now. Or I do, but I didn't. What the hell? I forgot I have hard walk up here.
I've heard that in the Undercroft, we may prevent tragedies from ever occurring. If that is true, please see what lies under its veil.
Alright, so let's get the 10.
Shit's bugged. Shit's bugged.
These runs aren't meant to be like master run level runs. They're meant to be something that's pretty chill, relatively explorative. Just something that's fun to do. Not that low damage runs are not necessarily bad. But again, like stuff doing some shit like that. You know, like the life outside DS3 that's nowhere. That's not what I'm looking for. We do also need Unseen 4, but obviously I'll just get that after the boss. Hopefully 15 endurance. Yeah, it's supposed to be fun and interesting. Like, basically builds that I haven't tried before. Stuff like that. And yeah, I definitely regret taking the whole remembrance request. Like, I guess, I don't know why I did that. But yeah, I'm not doing any remembrance runs on this. That was supposed to be. That's not my bad. That's not like the way I would do it. I just straight up messed up. I didn't get it out of it. Okay, I think, you know what, we probably go multi-hit. Should be better. Maximize our chances of a 1 cycle. So 1 cycle is technically possible with this, but we need a good RNG, and we need no rain. Basically. Because I need my boss to last for long enough. Please don't swipe. And I got kind of lucky there. I did not have enough stamina for that. A should stagger on the next one. Oh yeah, we easily it, like, I probably one-cycled them 20% of the time. That was nice. So we need 60 hit now. Then we get some endurance, probably.
If lost on the plains outside Cetus, you may derive sustenance from mineral dense termite droppings, which the Ostrons call ELDEN.
The way I do the
Also
DLC,
never form a consonant again,
well,
but at
I
least
guess
you
one
will
thing I
again.
could do to make this run more... Wait. Oh, I don't have a stat. One thing I could do to speed up the run is... A normal DLC percent would be Mesmer, Roman, and Consort. But because I think they're fun, and I think it breaks up the DLC better, I like doing Rolana and Divine Beast in there. But if I feel like this route is too long, maybe, then you can just cut them out. And then maybe, like, just do the map and run stuff. Then...
After last video on the meta set, a lot of you pointed out frame synergies from the setup, namely J or Utica traits that were damaging. But you also recommended getting lost without a frame, which I did very nicely. I realized that I was so hyper-focused on the weapon synergy side of things, making this setup really plug and play so any frame can benefit from the meta set, that I kind of forgot that, oh yeah, Warframes can inflict status too, and in the right cases, a lot of them. So that's what I want to go over today. You've picked out a few frames which I believe work really well with the meta set, along with some builds for them. So let's jump right in. Starting off with Verona, a frame who I believe is probably the best abuser of the meta set due to her augment, Prey of Daikon. This augment causes Verona to mark an enemy within 25 meters while under the effect of Strike of Daikon. This marked target takes 50% more damage, vulnerable by strength, and casting Fangs of Rush on that marked target causes them to spread their status procs on death by an extra 150%. This percentage range increase isn't affected by range marks, but does benefit from more range since it increases the base spread of Fangs, which is then further buffed by 150%. This effect is so strong, as it is basically identical to the meta set, just without the status amplifications from incursions. However, if the meta target is tagged by Prey of Daikon's status effects and that ends up killing them, they also pop a nice 30-meter radius of statuses to all nearby enemies, meaning you can get some nice damage chains going. We can take this one step further by subsuming over her fourth ability for Raw, since my bird analytic pointed out Mecha Empower is not applicable with Raw, and since we're replacing her 4, we can make use of Precision Intensify for an even bigger buff. This is downright busted and amazing at clearing hordes of trash mobs, and is almost able to rival the full nerf Prey of Daikon back before a headline of sight checks. I will say that this build is super energy hungry, and packing a weapon that can easily one-hit headshots like the Chakra to force orb drops from like its hunt is ideal, as well as to one-shot acolytes. It's just really nice comfort to have. Thank you to all those who commented about it, by the way. I completely forgot before we even did this, and good god does the mecha set make it better. For the build, we are using the double mecha mods for the set bonus. Prey of Daikon, Blind Rage and Precision Intensify for strength, Archon Stretch and Orbital Reach for the range, Archon Continuity for duration, Primed Flow for energy max. The Exilus should be coming good here, as her passive gives us knockdown immunity anyway, and it's even more range for her 2-spread. I'm just too lazy to install one of them. For our arcanes, we are using Impetus, since we are able to very easily proc all 13 status effects due to using Fangs of Rush. This means we get an extra 39% efficiency and 78% strength, which is far more than we can get from Augmented. The other arcane we're using is Steadfast, for the 20% chance of 3 free ability casts. However, even with these two arcanes combined, our energy still isn't the most consistent, so I do have to recommend either a stock of energy pads or using Zeneric to try and patch up your energy. For the shards, I'm using 1 Equilibrium Violet shard, 1 Energy Max Blue shard, 2 Cast Speed Tau shards, and 1 Duration Red shard. But if I'm honest, I would replace the Duration shard with another Equilibrium shard. Another frame I saw people talk about a lot in the comments is Jade. By making use of her 2 aura slots, we can run both Mecha Empower and have a spare slot for another mod of your choice, which gives you a lot more flexibility in modding when it comes to mecha setups. Jade's MO when it comes to her synergy with the Mecha is her first ability, Light's Judgment, and her fourth ability, Glory on High. Light's Judgment and Glory on High apply a debuff on enemies called Judgment. Enemies affected by Judgment take an additional 50% damage from all sources, including DOT effects. Unfortunately, this doesn't double dip, but it's still a good damage increase to our DOT points. Thankfully, we can still increase her damage with her Deathbringer buff, granting her and all allies plus 100% weapon damage additive with base damage points, which we can then combine with her third ability, Open Eyes, to armor strip enemies within a 70-degree cone in front of Jade, to help our DOT plots deal as much damage as possible. The real spice comes from Jade's fourth ability, Glory on High, where she gets access to her exalted orbitals, fittingly named Glory. Glory fires out projectiles which explode in a 2-meter radius on impact, with a 10% chance of inflicting Judgment. By tapping Alt-Fire, detonates all enemies affected by Judgment, dealing damage in a 4-meter radius modeled by range. The enemies standing within her first ability explode with an extra 50% range. So in tight enough tiles, you can get a ton of enemies all hitting each other with their explosions, which, oh by the way, can proc status, like heat. Now this is already pretty strong, but we can push this even further, since Glory, much like every other exalted weapon, gets the damage increase when we increase our power strength. We can cram as many separate sources of strength into this build as we can, snapshot those high values, and get even more damage on Glory, so we can go about our average everyday AC 130 routine. Now, where is the Mecha synergy? Well, remember how in last video I said that damage vulnerabilities on the targets receiving Mecha statuses increase their damage? Yeah, this applies to Judgment. Combined with Glory's respectable heat damage output and decent status chance, you can make this thing spam heat buff like it's nobody's business. And hey, tack on the added viral for heat priming, and you're well on your way to cosplaying an AC 130 with a nuclear payload. For the build then, double Mecha mods, Aerodynamic, Aviator, and Adaptation for damage reduction, and I'll be honest, Aerodynamic is entirely optional here. You can run Pistol out to get more damage out of Glory since it counts as a secondary weapon. Archon Vitality is on here to double instances of heat blocks. Archon Intensify and Blind Rage for strength. Archon Stretch for range, and I know you can't regenerate energy while in Glory, but it's still nice to have it outside of that. But if you're tight in space, feel free to run regular stretch here. Archon Continuity for duration, Primed Flow for energy max, Molt Augmented for more strength, and Arcane Velocity for attack speed on Glory. When it comes to actually playing Jade, you want to stack up as many different strength buffs as you can. Augmented, Archon Intensify, Sling Strength, Strength of the 7, even Power Drain if you're running it, and then activate Glory before swapping to Deathbringer. This way Glory snapshots those incredibly high strength buffs, and Deathbringer will increase your damage output even further. I tend to stick mostly to her primary fire, but if you want, you can tap Alt-Fire to detonate enemies marked by Judgment. This deals a ton of damage provided enemies are all in close proximity, as it allows them to be hit by each other's explosions, but be careful, we're running negative efficiency on here, which means that the cost for this is very high, and if you're not paying attention to your energy, or there's too many enemies that you don't see marked by Judgment, casting the Alt-Fire can very easily knock you out of Glory and High, meaning you lose all those snapshotted buffs. And what's better is that this build is only going to get stronger. Come March with the Teflon Encore update, exalted weapons are going to get arcane stats. So by adding your choice of a damage arcane like Merciless, Flare, Enervate, or even Fortifier, Glory is going to get a huge buff in its damage, and also allows us to free up a monster from the damage on bullets, right? This is a very strong setup, and I adore it. For a frame like Jade, who is touted as overpowered and broken on launch, I very actually rarely see her being played in missions. So hopefully this setup will inspire you to pick her up again and go out and commit some walkarounds from that high. Anyway, on to our next frame, and I know that the full setup from last video had us outsourcing Toxin and Heat to companions and helmets respectively, but what if we had some power that could add these two elements to our guns? Maybe also tap on electrical modding, and maybe call for some more survivability. Enter Citrine and her Prismatic Gem, an ability which summons a gem which emits a 15-meter radius by range, and while Citrine and her allies are within the radius, their attacks gain plus 100% status chance and plus 100% status duration, modeled by strength, which is additive with status chance and duration mods. Every 0.4 seconds when Citrine hits an enemy while either she or the enemy is inside its radius, the gem fires out a beam dealing 1000 damage of each basic elemental type with a 4 status block, that being heat, toxin, in electricity and cold, meaning you can just mod your weapons for slash and gas and get all 5 DOTs for metastasis amplification. This is already pretty good, but remember that the metastasis amplification is affected by crit, so casting the 4th ability, which sends your weapon's critical chance to 300% on attacks that hit the crystal probes, means that we can see some very high status damage numbers, especially if this is the metastasis target, as those statuses are then spread over that 30-meter radius. Technically, modding for slash is optional anyway, because fractalized blast got slash and puncture, but this is a really low damage value, so I recommend still modding for slash. Now, the only main restriction with this power is that the gem only hits a single target, and due to its 0.4 second cooldown, AoE weapons are off the table. However, this cooldown is only for the entity that inflicted damage. So, by using Duplex Bond on Volcrew, Spectre, and the car team, we can get a whole army to swarm in and deal these elemental procs to all enemies they strike. It is nuts. Prismatic Gem works very well as a set-forget kind of power, very in the general area you're planning on standing or killing enemies in, and then follow through on that intention. As such, using it with other set-forget weapons works pretty well, as the constant damage ticks they deal will proc Prismatic Gem over and over again. Personally, my favourite way to run this is with a Blast Influence setup on the Zenithstar. The more combo you have when you toss the disc, the longer it lasts. So by running for base damage, range, attack speed, elements, initial combo, and elemental damage, we can get a weapon we can toss on top of our gem for passive status application, which, oh yeah, Influence spreads those other elemental procs to all nearby enemies. For the Zenithstar build, we are running Prime Quick Strike for damage since the disc doesn't get Condition Overload, Galvanized Elementalist for status damage, Vicious Frost, Volcanic Edge, and Voltaic Strike for blast and electric, Galvanized Reflex for initial combo, Prime Fury for attack speed, Prime Breach for range. The stance doesn't matter that much since we're using the disc anyway, and I've not used an Exodus adapter, but your best bet is probably going to be Dispatch Overdrive since the disc doesn't seem to benefit from any of the Tenokine ones, save for the increased wind-up speed. What if one disc just isn't enough? What if you want more discs? What if we need more discs? Enter the Azima! Yeah, we're getting fucky with this one, lads. Its ult fire shoots out a rotating turret which we can mod for viral and heat to prime enemies, and proc Prismatic Gem with even more statuses, which we spread with the Mecha set. This is my build for it: Lethal Torrent and Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, leaving Bullseye for crit chance and prime target for crit damage. Mr. Pestilence, Frostbite, and Scorch for viral and heat. My Riven, which is giving me plus damage, plus crit damage, and minus projectile speed, you can replace with Hornet Strike. And my Exilus is lethal momentum to counteract the Bane from my Riven, but you should run Pistol and Mutation here since it allows you to spam out the turrets even more without any fear of running out of ammo. The Arcane slot is surprisingly flexible. If you want more utility, you can run Fortify to generate Overguard since the turret counts as secondary damage and thus gives you Overguard generation. Or as a damage tool you can run Innerve with full crit or Merciless for damage. Now, is this any good? Sort of. I mean, it makes the funny Azima ult fire a legitimately okay weapon that you can use, and I run this for double disc meta, but you can really use whatever. The priming epitaph does much the same thing. Now, if tool literary field damage isn't enough, the Ogress with Nightwatch Napalm slots neatly into this setup. By making use of its very high heat procs, it can dish out blinding rifle elementals. You can easily get a lot of damage on a bunch of enemies thanks to the massive explosion radius. For the Ogress build, we are using Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Semi-Rifle Cannonade for damage, Nightwatch Napalm to leave behind our lingering field, Malignant Force, Prime Prior Rounds, and Hellfire for viral heat, Rifle Elementalist for more status damage, Primed Firestorm for a bigger AoE, Sniper Ammo Mutation to make sure that we don't run out of ammo, and Merciless for base damage. Lastly, this is the Supreme build. Double Mecha mods for its set bonus, Archon Stretch and Overreach for range, Primed Flow for energy max, Archon Continuity for duration, Blind Range and Umbral Intensify for strength, Equilibrium for energy sustain, since her one drops orbs, but you could replace it with Recrystallize if you wanted, but I find that a lot of the time I was killing in such a wide radius that the spread to other targets just kind of failed. Prime Shell Footage for a huge DPS increase, Multi-Augmented Arcane Impetus for more strength and efficiency. Arcane Impetus here because we are constantly getting 7 status blocks. 4 primary elements for number 3, Corrosive from Archon Continuity, as well as Puncture and Slash for 1, meaning that we can get a lot of status chance and status duration thanks to Prismatic Gem. For Archon shards, I've been running 2 car speed shards, 2 toxin status damage shards, and 1 equilibrium shard, but
This isn't something I've messed with too extensively, and I'm not 100% sold on the toxin data shard, so feel free to drop them for whatever you want. I would probably recommend a bit more duration maybe to...
Ready to kick.
Overall, thanks to be able to outsource 4 of the 5 DOT levels, Skryim is a very solid user of the 7. He's able to do security things very consistently while also blowing up rooms every so often, and that tends to be a trend. Frames that benefit from the mecha set just do what they do normally, and then also kind of blow up a room on occasion. It's really silly, I would say. Next up is Neja, with his 4th ability's Warfrem, Divine Retribution. This mod causes all enemies impaled by divine spears to share status points. So dealer /prompt 1, and all enemies caught by the spears get hit. And by recasting the power, you can cause an expedite suffering-like effect, wherein it ends all /toxin and heat procs on the target, and condenses them down into one big hit damage. This, when combined with Blazing Shatrak, which not only causes more orb drops, but also applies heat alongside a damage vulnerability, so enemies taking even more damage from the DOT points. Now, this setup really excels when we kit him out with as many weapons to deal as much status as possible. Hence why I chose to pair him with the Convectrix, a frankly busted meat weapon with the notable advantage of 1 fucktillion /procs on demand, which we spread to all enemies affected by the spears, resulting in mass death. I've gone for a fairly standard viral slash build. I did toy around with heat, electric, gas, blast, and toxin, and found that toxin and electric came pretty close, but still didn't hold a candle to viral slash kill. Here's the build for it. Galvanized Hell for multi-shot, Galvanized Savage for gun CO, Prime Point Blank for base damage, Shotgun Elementals for unblock on slash ticks, Shotgun Barrage and Frigid Blast for viral, Critical Deceleration for crit chance, my Rivet, which is giving me crit chance and crit damage, but you can replace it with Prime Ravage, or if you want to free up a Warfrem Arcane slot, Shotgun Barrage, Galvanized Acceleration, the Excellence for more range, and Primary Crux, as the Convectrix is both a hammer-hungry and status machine, and Crux lets us solve both of those issues with one Arcane slot. The other weapon I like to pair with this setup is the Harmony. As one of my viewers, Henry Fernandez, points out on stream, enemies hit by divine spears inflict the knockdown status, meaning they're applicable for melee afflictions. Which led to this very funny clip on screen. There's a minimal time difference between me and you. Okay. So then we just bounce. Oh! Okay, sure. I don't think that's really the mecha set. I think that's just funny slash things, but that's funny. So, by running a pure heavy attack setup designed to spam out as many heavy slashes and inflict a bunch of high-value DOT procs as possible, we can get a shed load of damage, especially thanks to Harmony's unique trait, which causes heavy attacks to condense all damage over time procs into a single instance, resulting in very high damage numbers. Here's the build for them. And Reaper Prime does very similar things. I just prefer Harmony, as I find its unique trait very good at dealing with certain heavier units that aren't impaled by the spears. Speaking of, this build does have one major downside, which is these bastards. See, enemies with Overguard can't be impaled by divine spears, so if even one of these little fucks is present, you can't spear anything nearby, meaning your damage output doubles. It sucks and it is a pain, so I would recommend having some way to apply magnetic to help buff them up a little bit more, be that a secondary primer or damage tool. I know that he can do some funny stuff with Toxin Elemental Ward due to Toxin blocking 5% of an enemy's max HP as damage, and using 5 Toxin Tau Shards to increase this even further, but I found it kind of inconsistent. Toxic Ward has a tendency to forget its ability on occasion and won't actually apply Toxin for a solid 5 seconds despite the enemy being in the radius. Plus, to get the most out of this, you want to mod for more strength to increase Divine Retribution's damage multiplier on Toxic points, but modding for more strength means we mod for less range, which kinda sucks. Hence why I've gone for more to increase the damage of our DOTs. Is it basic? Yeah. Does it work? Yeah. If you do want to see the Toxic Ward example, I've left the link down below to Jelmy's video on the topic, which I highly recommend you watch after this video. Anyway, here's the Neja build. Double Mecha Mods, Archon Stretch, Overreach, and Overextended for range, Divine Retribution, Unrelented for strength, Archon Continuity for duration, Adaptation for survivability, Controlled Slide since I don't like his passive, then the added strength is nice, Arcane Aegis for comfort, and Arcane Tempo for an increased fire rate on the metrics, but you can treat this as a flex slot. As for shards, I run 1 cast speed, 2 strength, and 2 equilibrium to turn the health wall blocks from blazing chakram into energy. Now, if we're talking about inflicting tons of status blocks, then one of the best is Kome. Her first and fourth ability have the capacity to inflict huge areas with all physical and elemental status effects, which means you're more than likely to tag the marked enemy with at least a couple of procs. This also allows us to run weapons with good multiplicative guncio, and let the killing blow spread those procs. And if you're lucky enough to pull 2 full turns from Vicious Barbarous Decrees, then you will start to see a lot of damage thanks to the increased status and crit in these decrees respectively. But it's not just those 2 specific decrees that make her go free crazy style with it. Fearsome Bonanza, Blazing Bombardment, Shattering Frost, Bomber Scenes Malice, Critical Frost, Whelmling's Aid, Stormcaller and Fault Finder all provide you with some form of elemental buff, be that on afflicted targets or allowing you to do those procs. This grants Kome a massive amount of flexibility when it comes to weaponry, as you don't really have to worry about your weapon's inflicted status. Now, this is a rose-tinted view. You could get very unlucky and not pull any good decrees, but the gameplay you're seeing in the background is decreeless. I'm not casting that too. In fact, I'd have it zoomed off just for this demo, just to show you that you don't need it. Kome gets shit for being inconsistent due to the nature of her decrees, but this is just proof that you don't need decrees to function on Kome, and you can build assumed you get none, and then add the decrees as if there's some extra bonus. Now, this is a really strong synergy with Kome, and I know that a lot of the community really hated her at launch, so why wasn't this talked about? Why wasn't this synergy with Kome and the mecha set discussed by any of the major Warfrem YouTubers? Oh right, yeah, Hansel. Forgot they had this thing glued to their asses, they're stuck in the middle of the died with a biscuit gown. Yeah well, here's the build. Double mecha, Archon Continuity for duration and corrosive blocks. Archon Flow for energy max and orb drops. Archon Stretch for range and energy generation. Fast Deflection and Vigilante Vigor for spell quality. Rolling Guard for status points. Catalyzing Shield to let her shield gate off at 4, keep 2 orbitals on her secondary. Arcane Aegis for survival, and Arcane Energize for further energy sustain. For shards, we're using 2 equilibrium shards for comfort, 1 Tower cast speed, and 2 max corrosive stacks. I have not optimized these shards, so feel free to go crazy with them. I would advise at least 1 equilibrium cast speed shard though for quality of life. I know that Kome is a very divisive phrase to a lot of the community, pretty unjustly in my opinion. With this setup enabling companion for multi-CO weapons, she's really good and super fun to play. Okay, now we're gonna get onto some stupid shit. I saw this comment mentioned as a This augment causes enemies launched by Regurgitate to bounce up to 3 times, creating
no! Have you lost your mind?
Lingers for 8 seconds. Regurgitate is already a pretty good ability with high bouncing damage and ability armor strip, so making it bounce and kick gas with mecha leads to some silly shit. Especially since Regurgitate's projectile has some weird properties with its bounce, in that it can get stuck on enemies the floor terrain, suddenly lose all projectile speed, and result in dropping all 3 gas clouds in the same spot, making you get a very funny zone of lots of big damage. What's more is you can actually vacuum up your mecha marked target with Feast, meaning you have total control over when and where you unleash its 20-meter radial explosion. This build makes very good use of both energy nexus, which thanks to Nourish keeps our energy topped up at all times, and Arcane Battery, since its passive gives us 1,500 armor, and we have 5 energy. Which, yeah, this works with the armor bonus from the mecha set, and we can easily get over 1,000 energy max with this build. This can go higher with the augment mode you're on, which grants an extra 150 armor each enemy in the stomach, at the cost of Feast taking 200 health instead of energy. And I don't like or use this augment for 2 reasons. 1, we are already super tight on build space, and I really couldn't justify the mod slot. And 2, funnily enough, having enough energy to cast Feast isn't really the issue. Is this overkill? Kind of, but remember, we lose 250 armor every time we cast Regurgitate since we lose an enemy from our stomach. This means we also lose the added energy max associated with it from Arcane Battery. It's for this reason I recommend casting 1 or 2 Regurgitate before using Feast again, to comfortably stay between 3 and 5 enemies so your energy max never drops too low to the point of
Speaking of meatball form, Hold-wise is such a slept-on power in Grendel's kit, especially on this setup, as not only is it a funny movement tool, but also it lets you cast your powers without any animations, meaning we can move, grab enemies with feet, spam out regurgitate shots, and cast Nourish without being rooted to the spot, as well as providing us with a nice, 28-meter radius bloody armor strip. Here is the blue. Double mecha, humble vitality and adaptation for survivability, overextended for range. Humble intensify and blind range and strength. Energy nexus for energy sustain. Gastro for the gas clouds. Mult augmented for yet more strength. And arcane battery for energy. If you really wanted to run him with something like Roar over his 3, you should use Crunch or put it in your Maximus slot. But if you, like me, are meatball pills and regurgitate maxing, slotting catapult for more funny movement, or just kind of drift for more range, I guess. You're a nerd. For shards, I'm using 3 duration shards for comfort and nourish, but again, these could be anything you want. And then 2 Tau toxin status damage shards, because again, regurgitate deals toxin damage as well as gas, so it's more damage amplification with the mecha set. This is silly and funny and I adore it. Thank you again for telling me about Gastro. I almost never played Grendel. It probably wouldn't have if you didn't highlight this Warfrem to me, but goddamn, this shit is funny and the main reason I played him was. I want to real quick touch on Rhino again since I forgot to add the builds from last video, but either way, here they are. Firstly, I want to go over Mag. You know the name of the channel, of course I want to go over Mag. And I'll be the first to admit that she has no real specific synergy with the mecha set, save for the grouping her kit provides, meaning you have a higher enemy concentration, so the mecha status spread is more effective. Consider this more another demonstration of the flexibility of the mecha set. By using the epitaph, we can spread heat to a lot of enemies trapped in magnetize. We can also hit them a couple times with the router to build up a combo for our main damage dealer, the Hate Incarnon, with its augment Burning Hate, which gives us plus 120% status damage on enemies affected by heat blocks. Combine this with Galvanized Elementalist, electric damage, and melee influence, and we can get some very dark damage. Like I said in the first video, the mecha set works very well on any frame, including my beloved Mag. Builds are on screen, go fucking crazy with it. Most melee weapons work, I just chose the Hate because of its augment, but other good ones are stuff like the Dual Ica thanks to the Toxic Clouds, the Bow Prime due to it having really high status for Blast Influence, and the Nami Solo Incarnon because it's the Nami Solo Incarnon. Last few things with some addendums and additions to last video. 1. The damage from the mecha set status spread counts as both companion damage and companion ability damage, meaning we can use it with Contagious Bond to increase the range even more, and to proc the Archon points. I'd say that the best two here are Stretch and Continuity, since Flow needs 10 cold stats and enemies tend to die before they hit that in most cases, and Vitality already isn't used on many frames, so it's kind of hard to pick the builds. 2. Mecha Pulse has no cap. I'm just a dummy and saw it didn't go any higher in Simulacra, but that's because Simulacra itself has a 20 enemy cap. In missions, it can go much higher, and in really high enemy density, you can easily hit a few 1000% armor increases, which can use Grendel and Rhino, having a very large energy max for a while thanks to Arcane Battery. And third, I want to say that I know there are other frames that work well with this setup, but these are the ones I have the most time and experience with, hence why I decided to report them. Ildren works very well due to heat inherent setups. Gauss can too, but I find using him as a Thermal Sunder Blast nuke is much more effective. Equinox could maybe do some things with her main moves, though I've not played around with it, so hard to say. Protea and Garuda work very well with the mecha set, but similarly to Gauss with Blast Thunder, they function great even without it. And Lavos is another I saw mentioned in the comments a lot, but it's not a frame I have much experience with outside of a Railjack pilot, so don't really feel comfortable on attempting a build for just yet. Maybe since time is out, I'll pick it up and give it a go and try and answer the mission again. Who knows, maybe you will see a part 3 of this mecha series. But with that said, I want to thank you all for joining this deeper dive into the mecha set. That companion video I mentioned last time is still in the works, along with another frame Bible. The scripts are written and I just have to sit down, record and edit them, but I only got so many hours in a day. Regardless, I hope you all really enjoyed this video, and go and try some of these builds out for yourself. But that's all for today, and I'll see you in the next one.
have passive abilities. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, and I want to talk about it. I do want to lay down some ground rules before we start though, just to make things clear moving forward. First and foremost, this is all my opinion, not by any means objective fact. I created the original tier list with my stream chat and ran it by both Nova Umbral and Sabuchi to get more perspectives, but at the end of the day, it's still ultimately my own thoughts and feelings. I'll do my best to explain why I feel the way I do, and you are entirely welcome to disagree and make your feelings known. Just please be civil about it. When it comes to actually tiering these passives, I'm primarily considering two things: the raw power of the passive and how well it works within the Warframes kit. It's important to keep in mind that passives only exist within the context of a Warframes kit, so even if one isn't
Okay, so I've messed around a lot with companions, and I know they're pretty damn strong. Okay, so I've messed around a lot with companions, and I know they're pretty damn strong, able to handily clear missions on their own, but oh god damn it, they just keep dying. I want to mod my companion for nothing but damage, damage, and more damage. None of this survivability shit. If only we can give these little guys some good survivability arcades, like better version of Aegis that lasts for almost twice as long and can be propped on command. That would be neat. Anyway, I found a way to give companions a better version of Arcane Aegis that lasts for almost twice as long and can be propped on command. Okay, so Reinforced Bond is a universal companion mode which provides you with two effects. The first is that when your companion is over 1,200 shields or overshields, get a 60% fire rate while field primary and secondary weapons, and this is what most people choose to use this one for. The second part of this mode causes reloading the weapon to restore 150 shields to your companion, which has the ability to flow into overshields. It's pretty obvious how these two parts of the mod fit together. Reload a bunch to give your companions overshields, then get a fire rate buff, the shoot monster, mag dump null, reload quicker, heal companion, rinse and repeat. This one is really nice and works really well on two main kinds of weapons. Those with an exceptionally slow fire rate and no mod capacity to fit anymore, or those which reload after a single shot, like the Exeges, which allows you to give your companions the occasional shield regen. And for this setup, we're using neither of them. Introducing the Azima, a weapon acquired from the Daikon Tribute, which lets you do your best Warfrem impression when you hit ultfire, as it empties your magazine to fire a projectile missile. The reason why this is so ideal is because it lets us empty our magazine a hell of a lot faster than other weapons. But we aren't going to reload it manually, god no. See, there's a set of mods called the Synth Set, which passively reloads your holstered weapons at a rate of 5% of their maximum magazine capacity per second for each mod you have equipped. This effect is additive with similar effects like eject magazine. Now, you've probably put two and two together by now, that every time we reload using the synth set, it counts as a reload, meaning our companion restores 150 shields, activating their shield gate. Now, you may be thinking, well, it only gives them 150 shields a second, which only gives them a shield gate duration of 0.9 seconds, so I would hardly call that awful. There's a 0.1 second gap where they're vulnerable, which would be true if the synth set reloaded 5% of the magazine at the end of the second. But no, it reloads 5% of the magazine across the second, meaning if we have 100 bullets in our magazine and allow the synth set to reload, then we replenish 5 ammo per second, meaning we're giving our companions shields 5 times per second, or every 0.2 seconds.
We threw everything we had at him. How is he still standing? Well, it's quite simple, really. This is good. But there's one thing you didn't account for. My numbers are better than yours. But anyway, which one? You're basically untouchable. You know, faster than you can make them. We can do this all day, and you would not be any closer to beating me. Not that it would be fun. But I've got good news. You see, there's no need to wonder where your god is. Because he's right here. And he's right here, mercy.
Now, this is already pretty good, but by adding the entire synth set and eject magazine, for a combined total of 40% reload per second,
With a magazine capacity of 100, we will grant our companion 150 shields every 0.025 seconds, or 6,000 shields per second. However, because of reasons I'll get into a bit later, this isn't actually ideal, and we want to stay at 5% reloading per second. In theory, this works on any weapon with a magazine capacity over 18, since that means we restore shields every 0.9 seconds, but the higher the magazine capacity, the more consistent this is, as the shield regen is more frequent. Now, the best part about all this is it requires 2 mods, one synth mod of your choice, and reinforced bond. And because the reload speed is a fixed 5%, it means it takes a full 20 seconds to fully reload your weapon, so your companion is immortal the entire time because they're constantly getting more shields. Now, the only snag with this setup is A, toxic procs, and B, whenever you swap back to your Azima to alt fire, your companion is vulnerable. Since the synth set only reloads your holstered weapon, by swapping to the Azima, it's no longer holstered, meaning no more passive reload, so no more shield regen, so no more immortality for your companion. But hey, just make sure that when you do swap off, that your primary weapon is at least partially unloaded and you're golden, as it'll continue to generate shields still. And I know that not everyone has the Azima, but the twin Bricadas and twin Vipers moved to maximum fire rate and magazine capacity for the Vipers to get it above 40 is a really good alternative. Not as good, since they can't dump their entire mag with a single alt fire, but they can dump it pretty quickly. And if you wanted to use your secondary weapon as your main damage dealer, then you might consider running Lieutenant Tetra instead. With a magazine capacity of 80 at base and an alt fire that dumps the entire magazine at once, you can mod it entirely for elements, status chance, and blast radius to make it a good primer tool instead, opening your secondary weapon up for a damage option like I mentioned earlier. Now, what does this setup enable? Well, companions. Duh. But for real, it allows for damaging options like the Crescent Phyla, Mecha Predicites and Kubros, Manifold Hounds, and Vergalax Robotics to be far more consistent in their DPS, as well as allowing supportive options like Manifold Hounds, a Priming Diriga, Energy Generator Death Cube, Tech Vulnerability Helios, Rip Buffing Adaza, and yes, even the Panzer Phyla to be far more consistent in the support and buffs that they provide. Because as we all know, spending less time on your butt is a huge DPS increase. And higher companion uptime is only one reason why you should run this synergy. Because we solved the whole survivability issue, it frees up mod space so we can run more utility and buffs for our Warfrem, like Seismic Bond's increased power efficiency, Mystic Bond's ability for free casts, or Tenacious Bond's crit damage boost. And this is all well and good, having an immortal pet running around, but what if we want that level of survivability? Well, then we need to look at the companions themselves and ask what buffs they can provide us, so that we can start running around with immortality just like them. Starting off with literally every single robotic companion in the game. Since our companions now have 100% uptime, it means that we can run Guardian to provide us with 100% of our shields if they break every 20 seconds. Combine that with Manifold Bond, reducing the cooldown of your companion's abilities on each kill, where the enemy is affected by 3 or more status effects, and you start to paint a picture of infinite shield gating with this setup. This works very well on Kome, since not only are you able to apply a ton of status effects to help reduce cooldowns through Manifold Bond, she's also a very effective enabler of companions, thanks to inflicting a ton of status procs, which allows them to run wild with their weapons' respective condition overloads, allowing them to score the kills, reduce cooldown times, and spam Guardian to keep you alive in turn. I found this worked really, really well on any other frame that is able to inflict a lot of statuses all at once, like Citrine with Prismatic Gem, or Lavos with his entire kit. But if you're running a primary weapon like the Epitaph, then it really works on any frame. However, you will be locked to melee if you choose to do so, as your primary weapon will be a dedicated synth reload weapon. And after messing around with this synergy and making use of my beloved Hound Princess, the XL bully who definitely hasn't eaten someone's toddler, I can confirm that this is some of the dumbest and easiest ways to survive with these high status focused frames. And this works just about on every robotic companion. But Hounds are my favourite since they deal really good damage, but you can run this on any Sentinel or Moa, fit it with the Vergalax, and still see good results. The build is the same one I used in the Mag bundle. Here it is, but for more details as to why we're using each of the mods, link is in the top right, so feel free to go check it out.
The next companion is the Vaska Command. Vaska on its own is a pretty good companion, able to deal really respectable damage through stacking multipliers and spreading slash procs with draining bite and contagious bomb, resulting in it handily being able to clear very enemy-dense routes with ease. But the Vaska is on this list because of one thing specifically: a free well of life. With the precept mod transfusion, if you ever go down, the Vaska Command will rush to your aid, sacrificing 20% of its maximum HP to instantly revive you with full health and shields, after which transfusion goes on a 120-second cooldown. While yes, the cooldown and health drain are a concern, we can remedy this. First of all, the health drain. It's mitigated by the other preset mod, Drain and Bite, which will heal it by 10% of its max HP each time it is cast. And because of the synth reinforced synergy, you never really have to worry about Vaska taking enough damage to knock it below the 20% threshold so it can't use transfusion anymore. As for the cooldown, get good. Okay, for real though, this isn't the most consistent form of survivability and really shouldn't be relied on as much. Vaska functions incredibly well as a damage companion primarily and a supportive companion secondarily. Consider it more so as a way to rapidly increase your DPS, therefore increasing survivability. Dead enemies can't shoot you. And if you do happen to go down, treat transfusion as a nice occasional insurance policy. It won't make you totally immortal, but it does do a lot to enable your survivability at higher levels, especially on those squishier shield gating frames who can basically survive 2 hits before going down. For the build, we are running Fear Sets for a nice 200% damage multiplier, Sharpened Claws for an additional 300% damage boost and armor strip, Draining Bite for 5 stacks of slash procs which can be spread with contagious bombs, and you want these mods to be in that order to ensure that we kill with Draining Bite and spread those procs to all nearby enemies. Momentous Bond for more elemental damage, Reinforced Bond and Synth Recharge for the main survivability synergy here, Tandem Bond for damage, Fetch for loot radius, and Territorial Aggression. It works very well if you're staying in one tile, but feel free to swap this out for a Retriever mod for more loot if you feel like it. The claws then are a full-on state spell. Since we're relying on Draining Bite and Contagious Bond for damage, we run as much status chance as possible in the form of Sepsis Claws and Shock Claw, combined with Magnetic Claws and Immunity Resistance for a lot of high-value DOTs and Overguard damage. And we aren't using Crit here to get the most out of Cult the Weak and Swipe to hit multiple enemies and spread more DOT blocks. Lastly, I want to talk a bit about the Helmet Charger. This little guy really did surprise me with how much survivability he can provide. The Charger on its own isn't that much to write home about. Despite technically being a Kubro, it lacks access to the mecha set, meaning we can't do any funny mecha setups like I showed off last time. Its preset mod Proboscis really isn't anything special either. 100 damage on a single enemy with a really long cast time sucks so bad. And the only upside is that it can proc electric when modded with Shocking Claws for the sake of arc on stretch, but the mecha set does this, Contagious Bond does this, and there are other dedicated supported options like Dirica and Death Cube that can fill that function of energy generation far more consistently. Its other preset, however, is actually pretty good. Trample, which causes it to dash forward in a straight line, dealing 160 damage, scaling with the base damage mods on your claws, to all enemies in its path, and gives the charger an extra 10% health, armor, and damage for each enemy hit with this charge for 5 seconds. While yes, this duration is incredibly short, it has a very low cooldown of 8-ish seconds anyway, so it'll have some form of this buff for most of the mission. Also, this charge seems to be able to hit enemies multiple times, which, while inconsistent, does allow for your charger to get some very, very high value buffs, even in fairly low enemy dense situations. This health gain, unfortunately, doesn't seem to scale with health mods, but that doesn't matter anyway, as thanks to reinforced bomb tech, we are basically immortal with this companion anyway, as long as you remember to swap weapon every 20 seconds. Okay, so the charger is a fairly okay-ish companion that can give itself more health and damage, right? Wrong. See, instead of the mecha set, the charger gets access to its own exclusive set of mods, being the Strain set, consisting of the companion mod Strain Eruption, the Beast Claws mod Strain Fever, the Warfrem mod Strain Consume, and the Melee mod Strain Infection. The Strain set is unique in that each mod in the set gets stronger the more Strain mods you add, since the buffs are dependent on the set bonus. The set allows your helmet's charger to spawn 2 cysts on itself over 6 seconds, that erupt into a maggot every 25 seconds. Each mod increases the number of cysts by 2 and causes them to grow over an additional 6 seconds. The corrosive damage of Eruption is so low, we only really care about it buffing the other mods through its set. Strain Fever gives the charger more damage for each cyst, which enables it to deal some pretty respectable damage. Strain Infection's crit damage buff is pretty good, topping out at 160%, but it's very inconsistent, and most of the time you'll be sitting around an average of 80% critical damage. But the real reason we run this set is Strain Consume, which gives us more max health and health regeneration for each dead maggot we consume for 45 seconds. And you may be thinking, okay, so what? Health tanking sucks anyways. At a higher level, invincibility, shield gating, and invisibility are the only way to survive anyway. That's what I thought as well. But the amount of health regeneration you get from Strain Consume, and combined with Hunter Recovery, we can make a very effective health tank setup by using Rage, Hunter Adrenaline, Adaptation, Health Conversion, Primed Flow, and Quick Thinking. This makes our Warframes damn near impossible to kill, especially if you have some other form of health regeneration or survivability, but that really isn't needed. Here I'm able to comfortably survive with a health tank setup on Mag, and I've replaced the first ability with Parasitic Armor for even more comfort and survivabilities. Now, this synergy works very, very well, right up until the charger dies. See, without the spawn of maggots for Strain Consume or companion damage for Hunter Recovery, we really struggle for survivability. But hey, reinforced bond tech makes them immortal anyway. This is some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen, and this is on Mag, a frame with doo-doo-ass garbage base health and armor with no rage or recover save for helmet. Slapping this shit on frames like Inaros, Nidus, Kalervo with their higher base health and armor values, combined with health recovery, makes them damn near unkillable. But putting this on frames with CC and damage reduction makes them untouchable. You know, fuck it, base Loki, the Warframe with the lowest combined health and armor values in the game. I slap this build on him and boom, health tank. And that's before doing any fancy stuff to improve survivability, like moving. This shit is insane. You can go incredibly long times in missions just with Helmet Charger health tanking alone. I will say you do kind of need the whole set for this to function really, really well, as the more cysts you can spawn through the set, the more maggots you get, the more maggots you get, the more health regeneration you get. But still, it is so goddamn good. For the charger build itself, we are using our combo of Reinforced Bond and Synth Deconstruct for survivability, Trample, Momentous, Contagious, and Tandem Bond to buff the charger damage, Strain Eruption for the set bonus, Hunter Recovery to allow Warframe to give more healing.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
Vicious Bond over retreat. The claws look like this. Precision Conditioning for base light for friction and crit damage. Shocking claws, magnetic claws, and shock claw for magnetic electric. Immunity resistance for status damage. Strain Fever for more damage. Cold Beat for active CO and more damage on crits. And you may be looking at these numbers and thinking, what the fuck? Where did the toxic come from? Well,
capture them quickly before they escape.
The multipliers of crit get innate elemental damage.
Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them.
Which is 10 times less the base damage affected by base damage packs, does not combine with any other elements, allowing us to inflict both toxic and
Mission
electric,
complete.
which is a
The
nice
captive
boost
has been
damage
escorted to the extraction point.
Also,
Well done.
So what was that effect when you all go and run after by the strain set and you get accused of manipulation again? I want to say thank you to Daku for helping me pull together these companion builds, as well as round up Highway for not only drawing the thumbnail for this video, but also pointing out the interaction of the synth set with reinforcements coming in the first place over on the Discord. If you want to build, find people to run missions with, or just want to shoot the shit, feel free to join the Discord server. We recently hit 100 members, and I'll leave the link in the description below. But even if you're not in it for the socialization aspect, it's still a one-stop shop for full breakdowns of all the builds I use in my videos. By the way, this was a lot of fun to mess around with, and it's probably a bug and it's going to get fixed as soon as this goes up, so if you're seeing it around time of release, go enjoy. Wait, why am I telling people this again?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit
Head into
approaching.
doorways, but there is potential movement tech there, which I'll talk about later. This is a really funky projectile ability and gains the plus 150% damage bonus Arcane Arachne provides. This is, well, really damn good, as it gives the Blood Bowl, a weapon without any base damage multipliers, a pretty decent one. Arachne is a massive damage increase for reasons like
This massive grayling swimbait is made by none other than Nate Marlin, a legendary lure builder and YouTuber from the US who we have been watching for almost 10 years. Last winter we received... Scammers want two things. They want as much of your money as possible, as fast as they can possibly have. Today, they're not gonna get either. Nothing.
Hey guys.
Horizon Forbidden West is amazing.
A few months ago, I checked out the Division 1. I started from the beginning and slowly worked my way to the endgame, trying my... A few months ago, I checked out the Division 1. I started from the beginning and slowly worked my way to the endgame, trying my best to fully understand everything it had to offer. And I love mostly every second of it. Now, the time has come for me to dive into its sequel, and I have a few objectives. I'm going through the campaign and DLCs to try and understand the story, investigating mostly all the endgame systems, grinding through gear to make a viable build so I can tackle all of the endgame raids. So let's boot this thing up and see what it's all about. Loading in, I craft a very generic middle-aged white man. We are greeted to a cutscene where they really expect a job to take to a spot. Whose job is to recruit the average American citizen and train them in skill. Division agents are told to stay undercover until they are activated when the country needs them most, which happened when an epidemic broke out that brought the world to its knees in 1902. The first game was Thanksgiving War, taking place around a month after the outbreak. In the Division 2, it's now 7 months later. Our onboard AI named Isaac, who's inside our Shade Watch, receives a distress call telling us there's some sort of resistance in the White House and their own attack. Arriving on site, we take out the group of guys off our weapons. We are division, and we head inside to see how we can help. This is where we meet men. We will be our man on Tom to give us a rundown of what's going on. It turns out the Shade Network, which runs all the Division's satellite communications, Isaac's AI, and world agent activity, has gone dark. Multiple enemy factions are fighting over territory. There are many civilian outposts that need help securing resources, and there are only a small amount of agents left to fix this mess. Manning gives us the nickname of Sheriff and sends us downstairs to get a tour of our new base of operations. That will be very vital for our work to the endgame. We have our staff restoring our vendors, design, our gear, the quartermaster that allows us to upgrade skills with a bunch more that will unlock like you said. For now, let's head to the quartermaster to pick up our first Shade skill, being the striker drone, and we'll make our way outside to the next mission. Now that we have a setup for the
Stay
story,
focused.
allow me to
There's a heavy unit approaching.
The Division 2 has one man weapon. 5 people to shoot and take whatever goodies they have on their bodies. Being an open world, cover-based looter shooter, we start off weak, and by grinding content and investing time, we grow our little agent into a super strong killing machine. When you hit level 31, our relationship with gear changes dramatically. But for right now, I'll make it simple and have the basics. We have 3 weapon slots, 2 primary for your rifles, assault rifles, SMGs, LMGs, marksman rifles, shotguns, and a separate slot for the sidearm. This is primary if you want to run solo LMGs, you do you, boo. We have 6 different gear slots with masks, backpacks, body armor, gloves, holsters, and knee pads that drop in 7 different rarities, and have randomized attributes. But for right now, I'm going with whatever has the favorite number. We are basically shooting, looting, swapping out our gear weapons to better ones, and selling our trash stuff to the vendors at the White House. Leaving the base of operations, we head toward the theater settlement to look for one of the remaining also, we need to go to sword, and she tells us this is just like finding that the daughter is indeed held hostage at the Grand Hotel, and she asks for our help. Arriving at the hotel, Kelso sets off a bomb to distract the hyenas, one of the 3 enemy factions we are fighting. The hyenas are a group of roaming crackheads who love killing and stealing whatever on the run. Entering the hotel, there are hyenas in the basement, but our way to the atrium, slowly making our way up to the roof where we run into Kelso. Taking out more hyenas than their boss, we find Odessa's daughter. Kelso stays with her and sends us downstairs to take care of the reinforcements. Returning to the theater, Odessa says thanks for our help, and we unlock 4 new missions for us to choose from. The campaign has 12 main missions divided into 2 categories. We're either running errands for one of the
Great work. I am pleased with your performance.
For something that puts out the White House and the division. Main missions don't have a exact order to play them in, but instead are divided up inside zones of the city that have different level requirements. This kind of acts as a guide for what is next. In between the main missions, you'll be running around the absolutely gorgeous open world with so many activities and collectibles that keep you busy for a long time. You have control points that are enemy strongholds that need to be cleared out and have a supply room at the end that provides very good rewards. You have side missions that unlock attachments for your weapons, crafting blueprints, and upgrades to the White House and civilian settlements. Shade caches that are hidden all over the place, which are used for unlocks at the quartermaster and what feels like an infinite amount of clothing items to find and collect. That leads into this game's excellent customization system. I do miss the winter jackets from the first game, but the Division 2 will allow you to look your best while blasting dudes in the face. And finally, a bunch of random reoccurring events that are just everywhere and offer sweet loot drops to compete. Now, back to
I'm
the story.
detecting infested biosignatures all over the place. You know what to do.
Which puts us one step closer to restoring the Division Shade and finding the missing agent named Espinosa. We start blasting and make our way downstairs to the basement. We reactivate the node, then head back upstairs to find the missing agent. We return to the White House and unlock the ability to get perks and our second shades to get perks to the run this time around. They are now also skills, on the other hand, are unlocked one at a time, and there are a lot to choose from. We have our
I'm still detecting a lot of infestation activity. Let's clean it up.
Throw to take out enemies. The shield is secret. It's the newcomers like the Canvas, drone, Firefly that I still don't know how to use and find where to hide. And with each skill having a few different variants that are unlocked with Shade Tech, you have so many setups to choose from. Getting back on track, we head upstairs and get a cutscene with Manny and Kelso that's both cringe and informative. Turns out that President Ellis, who was promoted when the last 2 presidents kicked the bucket, is alive and being held by one of the factions somewhere in DC. On top of that, there is a chance that a cure for the dollar flu virus that caused this whole mess could be at the Capitol building, so we have some work to do. We head to the 2-Point Museum to take it back from the second faction fighting over DC, the True Sons, a paramilitary group made up of JTF deserters, desperate civilians, and people who don't trust the government. They are currently the most armed and organized of the 3 factions in the They're retired trained teams and we storm the museum, fighting our way to the production studio where the True Sons are broadcasting on how the division is just a bunch of losers and how their group is so much cooler.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
To steal interrogation data from the True Sons who have been using the museum to nicely ask the people they captured for information. We find our way inside and make it to a security terminal to cause a breakout as a distraction so we can steal data. We head to yet another museum to stop the True Sons, taking us to the makeshift factory for munitions. We enter the Aerospace Museum through a parking garage. We learn the True Sons are taking parts from decommissioned shuttles and rockets to try and build missiles. We dome the True Sons and their boss, finally destroying the parts of the missiles. Turns out, the civilians got gassed out by the True Sons with only a few survivors remaining. We head over to the Jefferson Plaza to get revenge and make sure they can't kill the man. We enter through the subway and go up to the nearby hotel. We learn that a Captain Wilson is the one who organized the attack and has a lab in a nearby underground home. Destroy the lab and find our way outside to finally take out Captain Wilson. Now let's get back to the business. We need to restore the Shade Network so we can get communications back online across the country. We head to the NOAA headquarters so we can link our local network to satellites. This will feel like a legion of True Sons. We need to align with 3 satellites while we keep our lower level, push out a power transmitter from a spaceship testing launcher. As we are about to grab the transmitter, Master Sergeant makes a dramatic entrance. We take out the Master Sergeant to reactivate the Shade Network, giving the division a communication. We have intel that hyenas are holding a high-value item inside the vault of the World Bank building, and we are sending to steal whatever it is. We fight our way inside, making our way to the lower levels, enter the vault, and have Isaac look into the main terminal to see what the hyenas are guarding. Turns out they have been holding President Ellis hostage this entire time, and we learn they dragged him out of the wreckage of Air Force One, which was shot down outside the Capitol building. We find the president, tell him to get down, and proceed to start blasting his captors. We escort him up to the ground level, where we evacuate him by helicopter. Return to the White House to get a cutscene where the president does a get rest. Guys also tells us that the antiviral for the dollar is in DC. The only motivation to secure it is by retrieving the briefcase he had with him on Air Force One. Also says the briefcase is in the hands of a Tucson at the Capitol building. But we need to take this very important mission because we head west of the campus settlement, meet their leader, and get some details on our next mission. They are getting reports there are people leaving the nearby DEC building, infection with debris poison. We'll then try to enter civilian settlements. We enter the building to see run into the third.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
And supposedly it was one where a bunch of people died, and the survivors took over the island, became some freaky ass cult, and decided everybody else is to die because they suffer. And their defining trait is they have guys that go boom and blast our way through the building, find and destroy their ladder equipment, and make them escape. The Lincoln Memorial has been turned into a true son's outpost, so we are sent over there to ask them to leave nicely. Manny tells us that the Outcast chief strategist is held up inside the nearby event center, and Kelso will enjoy.
Fuck off!
While everyone is out here enjoying the 1999 update, I went a few steps back and took a deeper look into something that was reworked previously, our beloved companions. I actually feel bad for overlooking this phase for so long, since how stupidly good they are now. The good old days of using the speed up horse's arm and slapping fence on it are completely over. And when I'm talking about disgustingly strong, it's just ultra slop now. I mean, just take a look at this. This is me as Mag doing nothing else but pride.
In this video, we're hunting down Florida's most invasive creature, the iguana. These things are taking over Florida, digging holes, destroying seawalls, eating plants, raiding nests, and causing absolute chaos everywhere they show up. So today, we're heading down there with one mission. Stop as many as we possibly can. We're not just showing up and wasting iguanas on there. We've got 3 goals we have to do. Goal number 1, kill an iguana. Sounds pretty simple, but after that, the goals only get harder. But before any of that happens, we need the one thing this entire video depends on, imperative. Because
most horror games create fear by making you feel weak. Limited supplies, limited weaponry, limited capabilities. They trap you in the dark with monsters you can barely fight, and remind you at every moment of how powerless you really are. But what if the roles were reversed? What if, instead of running from your enemies, they run from you? Despite carrying the horror tag on Steam, Trapang Squared is unlike your typical horror game. You are not in any way disempowered. In fact, it's quite strong.
Okay, why not?
So, the horror in this game comes not from being hunted, but from becoming the hunter. It comes from having to slaughter hundreds of men as they scream and beg for their lives. It comes from having to follow the inhumane orders of your ruthless director without question. It comes from slowly realizing that perhaps you are not the hero of the story, but rather simply a tool, a monster. The story begins in the year 2035, at a black site in the remote landscapes of Alaska, Olivia's Site 14. The company is run by a corporation called Horizon, a company at the global forefront such as technology, medicine, security, and
if I may say, operator, your chosen Warfrem
suits you. Ha ha.
The existence of supernatural entities and phenomena are not hidden in secrecy or
damn it.
And even study. The anomalous sciences is a well-respected field, with many of the leading minds under the employment of Horizon. Site 14 is one of the many facilities devoted to such research, and within its walls lies an entity with anomalous properties, unlike anything they've ever seen before. Subject 106. Reportedly, the subject is able to turn invisible at will, dodge bullets, and wield superhuman strength. He has been marked as extremely dangerous and must be kept restrained and masked at all times. Furthermore, no more than 2 firearms may be present around him at any given moment. Bloodwork reveals massive spikes in dopamine levels after inflicting physical trauma on guards, suggesting that the subject derives pleasure from violence. Very little is known about the subject's background, as every attempt at communication has failed. Physical, psychological, and medical interrogation techniques have all yielded no results. 106 is either incapable of speech, or has somehow been trained not to talk. Desperate to know more about him, Horizon even tried transplanting the subject's memories into other hosts, but this only resulted in death and violent outbursts. One patient who managed to survive a partial transplant uttered a single phrase before dying: "Complete the cycle." In the opening cutscene, we can see that Horizon was forcing 106 to watch a strange, almost ritualistic video of an atomic bomb going off. The video was accompanied by an eerie chant: "Erase your light, take your flight, to a place where you will be remembered, to a place where you will be loved." Some kind of brainwashing. But before the process can continue any further, a masked figure in black puts a stop to it and swiftly leaves the scene. It would seem that he has infiltrated Site 14 to set us free. Following the bloody trail of corpses left behind by our savior, we try and find a way out of the facility, but just based on the brutalized state of the guards' bodies, it is already clear that whoever this man is, he is no ordinary individual. We ourselves are unable to properly fight at the moment, due to the special titanium handcuffs Horizon has placed on us. But this is a trifling matter, because just as reported, with just a thought, Subject 106 can vanish from sight, along with anything in his possession. Crawling through the ventilation shafts, we arrive at the compound security station, which holds the keys to our shackles. Now unrestrained, 106 is able to face Horizon's soldiers head-on, and it quickly becomes apparent just how powerful he really is. He snaps bones with ease, he lures grown men like ragdolls, and his reflexes are so heightened that it makes the world around him appear to slow down in comparison. It's no wonder Horizon was so fearful of him. 106's abilities seem far too convenient to just be a naturally occurring anomaly. They're too refined, too precise. It's almost as if he has been specially designed for killing. After slaughtering hordes of Horizon's mercenaries, we arrive at a large walk-in freezer plastered with more mutilated corpses, and among the bodies of the dead, we find our rescuer, who has seemingly taken his own life. It's odd. He was in no immediate danger, yet chose death all the same. In his hand rests a golden coin, marked with the Roman numerals CV-105. The implication is clear. This man was not just our savior, he was our predecessor. But where did he come from? And what are we exactly? Fighting our way through more of Horizon's guards, we eventually arrive at an office complex above the prison. Inside, we come across an email addressed to the CEO of Horizon, discussing plans for something called the WB project, in which they were planning to electronically emulate a human brain. However, as this project became less and less feasible due to resource constraints, they have now shifted their focus to something darker, human-to-human brain
Operator, I run diagnostic regressions. All systems nominal. You don't need to continue.
This is incredibly important for later, so keep it in mind. past the office complex. The lights suddenly cut out, and red smoke fills the air. It's Talon, Horizon's elite Black Ops unit, trained and equipped with cutting-edge gear. They are a step above the rank-and-file guards. Against anyone else, they would be a nightmare, but against 106, they are simply another obstacle. After making quick work of the Black Ops soldiers, we encounter something peculiar, a drone, conveniently placed in our path. Interacting with the machine, it confirms both our location and identity, and then begins accessing our memories. A data package titled Subject 105 Termination is uploaded to an unknown recipient, and shortly after, a cryptic message is left behind. The cycle begins again. Capture means you will be forced to complete your original mission. Exiting the interface, the drone has vanished without a trace, but the path forward has now opened, allowing us to proceed onwards into the final area of Site 14, the loading bay. Here, Horizon makes its last stand, throwing every soldier left in the facility at us. Wave after wave, they come and fall all the same, until the entire squadron is wiped out. Following the battle, we hear the doors to the helipad opening behind us, accompanied by the distinctive sound of rotor blades spinning. Outside, a new group of mercenaries await. They claim to be friendlies, and tell us to get on board the chopper. Strangely, 106 complies without question, whether out of instinct, resignation, or lack of alternatives. He steps aboard. As the helicopter takes off, the rest of the troops move in to secure the facility, thus marking the end of the prologue and the beginning of this dark tale. We are taken by a pilot named Raven back to the faction's hidden safe house, where we are remotely introduced to their mysterious director. The director doesn't give us much to go on, but I suppose it only makes sense to work with him for now. They did send 105 to rescue us, and it seems like we have a common enemy. Reportedly, Horizon's experiments have left 106 without memory of who he is, or rather, of what he is. The so-called task force seems to be familiar with him.
We received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
They watch us from a distance, like some sort of specimen. Since this day, not here on the team. After hearing off at their courtesy, the director wastes no time in giving us our first mission. We are to raid Horizon.
Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them. Target located. Bring them in.
Keep the trails off my back!
Institute seems rather benign, enticing even a high-end state-of-the-art facility where time-being patients can live out the rest of their lives in luxury and comfort. Accommodation, entertainment, and healthcare all completely free. Seems too good to be true, doesn't it?
No, not you! Not you!
As we look a bit deeper into the institute, before entering the facility, guests are reminded of their
Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Hospitals large sums of money to transfer patients there. Based on what we know about Horizon, it seems unlikely that they're doing all this out of the kindness of their heart. There's always something more sinister at play. Immediately upon entering Mandalore space, our This is anything but normal. People here are dying at such a fast rate that the construction can't build walls fast enough to accommodate all the needs. Yet among the staff and guards, there is no shame. On the contrary, there was carry conviction. They speak of protecting the Institute, of saving countless lives through his work. However twisted their methods, Horizon seems to truly believe that what they are doing is for the greater good. To them, all these deaths are necessary sacrifices. Entering Pandora's atrium, we are met with a truly horrific sight. Dozens of bodies, abandoned and left to rot.
It took a lot of guts for you volunteers to sign up for it. Countless lives were saved because of your selflessness.
Prior to our arrival, there seems to have been some sort of incident at the facility, causing most of the staff to leave their posts and forcing the entire institute into a lockdown. That's why the AA gun was active, and all of these patients were left behind. The director informs us that on-premises signal has been detected in the building's lower levels. The problem is reaching it, with Pandora on both the levels are secret. But one of the task force's soldiers was able to open it. I wonder what he got in there. Entering the elevator, everything seems to be going smoothly, until suddenly the lift stops and creaks, before falling into a rapid descent, warning that the maximum capacity of 1,000 kilograms has been exceeded. There's something on top of us, but before we can even process what's going on, we arrive at Pandora's underground hospital, Site 97, and it immediately seizes our attention. Blood and human remains decorate the hallway in an inexplicably violent way. Not even 106 is capable of such carnage. Something seriously terrible happened here. Through an email from one of Horizon's scientists, Dr. Kramer, we learned that there were deep ethical concerns about the research being conducted at
Alright, so what we're gonna need is basically silence. This is an ability from Banshee. In order to get Banshee, if you don't have her, either you can get her from the... I'm assuming you did the Duviri quest. Just check if there's a Banshee here and you can just do this to get her immediately. But if she is not in rotation, shut up, Ordis. If she's not in rotation on the Duviri thing, you can get her blueprints from the clan. So you need to have a clan
If
first.
lost on the plains outside Cetus, you may derive sustenance from the mineral dense termite droppings, which the Austrians call ELDEN. You may also never form a consonant again, but at
The
least you
Kavats
know.
died before I even get to scan them, so I come up with a solution using the silence ability. So you're gonna go to the Tunnel Lab and just type in Banshee, and that's where you're gonna get her. And make sure you have the codex scanner. Just type in codex, and it's gonna cost fairly cheap. Make sure that it is in your gear. Where's the gear? Here's the gear. And how to add the gear, this is just type it in there. I already have it, so I'm not going to do that. And as for the build, you don't really need to care much except... Oh, shut up. Just slap in any range mod that you have currently, because that's gonna stack the radius. Basically, it's just gonna render them paralyzed so that they're not gonna kill the Kabat, basically. That's the whole fiasco of this silence thing that we have to get. But if you want to suffer and gamble on whether the Kabat is gonna die or not, then by all means. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna flop and make sure you go slowly, because you do not want to get these speed runs.
This video is very important, and I want all of you to share this, because the UK government is actually trying to take control of this YouTube outlet. The UK government is running a public consultation on quantum space being used to take direction for UK media. The proposal includes a mandatory changes to how content is discovered on YouTube. This could direct audiences away from their channels. This is similar to age verification, where if you think this one
decay, or at least what's left of it. The place has been covered with this green organic matter that likely originated from the Mothman. After some escaping confinement, the creature transformed parts of the facility into its nesting ground, causing anyone that came into contact with its biomatter to transform into these mutants. 106, however, seems to be resistant to its effects. After fighting through the walls of the monsters, we leave the cafe behind and try to reach the locked doors to the reactor room, which apparently has been overrun.
Especially with crushing ruins or long combo, granting this weapon significant group clearing and AoE damage. It's a crit monster, deals an incredible amount of damage, and has fantastic group and personal sustainability in long endurance runs, especially when paired with a melee frame that can use some healing or utility. In my case here, I found Pure Gold, which is linked in the description. As always, mods and evolutions are at the end, sub for more tips, and swing by my stream if you need any help.
Dr. Anderson is nearby. Stumbling our way up that cesspool, we take a brief moment of respite in a lounge area before moving towards Emerson's signal with great anticipation. And here we find him, dead, atop a pool of biomatter and next to a bottle of liquor. The director doesn't seem too surprised or mournful at the loss of a subordinate, and just tells us to pick up his flash drive. Next to Emerson's corpse, we find another gold coin, this time engraved with the number 95. That's the third numbered operative, including ourselves, under Task Force 2-7's control. It seems to be more than just a naming convention, but the significance still eludes us. In the room adjacent to Emerson's body, we find what appears to be his final note. The final curtain falls. Only time will reveal if we played our cards right. Let us hope the destruction was worth it in the end. It will appear that it was none other than Dr. Anderson who released the Mothman and caused all of this carnage, and it is now up to us to clean up his mess. The director orders us to destroy the creature along with the rest of the facility by overloading Pandora's bioreactors. Since the reactors run on Pandora, feeding them more biomass should push them past the point of stability, and conveniently, or rather crudely, they should disorder with mutants. As the place begins going up in flames, we begin making a break for the exit, but the Mothman isn't finished. The monster seems impervious to firearms, so all we can do for now is run. But upon reaching the elevator, the creature catches up to us, forcing us to hold it off while we wait for the lift to arrive. For once in his life, 106 is at a physical disadvantage, but using the environment to compensate, he is able to evade the Mothman's fierce attacks and corrosive fire long enough to escape. The explosion seems to briefly knock 106 unconscious, and during this liminal phase, we hear a message from none other than Anton himself. Reaching Fulton's rooftop, we reunite with what's left of Ghost Team and make our way to the helipad for extraction. But as we reach for the gate, the Mothman emerges, wounded and furious. The monster tears through our comrades with ease, even turning some of them into mutants. But as formidable as the Mothman is, its tough exoskeleton has now been broken by the explosion. It can't be hurt, and for 106, that's all that's required.
What are your guys' theories on what we should expect to see for the big winter quest? Obviously, towers and sites. So they deliberately showed innocent massing themselves with our new mysterious character putting a mask on. Unless that's just an outright giving himself this major. Also, is that cool? I don't know. Pretty sure the head is kind of small. Like, what is the separate head was associated with the drifters and all those characters spire on the Pandora, and the missing finger from the other hand is tied to Wally, who is tied to the operator. So there has to be something there that involves
The director says she has something important to show us, and grants us access to a previously restricted area. Deep within the safe house lies a fully armed thermonuclear warhead. In the event that the base ever falls into enemy hands, the director has entrusted us with detonating it, pointably further given that we just joined the team. and it will be now on the minds. But I suppose at the very least, it means the director trusts us. Though it makes you wonder what it is that the task force is trying to protect so dearly. On our way back, all this isn't to raise suspicions. We run into yet another drone. This time, with just a simple message. She's not telling you everything. If it wasn't already clear, these drones are definitely not the property of Task Force 27, but whoever they belong to, they seem to know far more than our companions are willing to share. Our next assignment takes us across the ocean to the United Kingdom, to a place called Warfrem Castle. According to Dr. Emerson's intel, Horizon recently shipped over 4 tons of biological material to the site, along with one of their lead scientists, Dr. Kramer. The castle is home to a violent and heavily armed cult, led by a man referred to as the Patriarch, a powerful figure who quickly rose to power and grew the cult from a fringe movement into the formidable army that it is today. The Orbit itself has a deep history, and it is ripe with enormous activity. Built first by the Vikings, then claimed by Romans, and later by English nobility, every generation that dwelled within its walls eventually vanished. Its current occupants are fanatics, obsessors with their cause. They have all left their past lives behind, in search of something greater, in search of true purpose, which they believe only the Patriarch can offer. We are to investigate the cult and their ties to Horizon, locate Dr. Kramer, and eliminate the Patriarch.
Designed it correctly. Not exactly sure how long people think it takes to write and illustrate a 60-70 chapter graphic novel. Each page is supposed to have this level of detail. Not even 2 years. Why did I erase it?
I mean, depending on what you're doing, yeah, but you also don't need to use the meta stuff to get out of the results more. Doesn't make things easier. Yes. Do you need it? No. Play whatever you have fun playing, because there's no such thing.
If you want to catch a bridge monster, get the big blue crab and break the claws off. Then cut the legs off. Then cut the points off so a little scent leaks out when it's in the water. Put it on the hook through the leg hole. Drop it in. Wait for a giant.
Speech from the Patriarch, in which he begrudgingly makes reference to an unyielding cabal who wage war from the shadows, who have infiltrated the highest seats of power and who seek to enslave all. It's the first time we've heard mention of such an organization, but from the way he speaks, they seem to hold even more power than Horizon.
Pull him away from that structure, because that's the first place he's going to head to.
In the castle's courtyard, we have our first encounter with the cult, and their fight tactics are unique to say the least. They charge in without regard for their own life, without any body armor, and without caution. Some cultists even go as far as setting themselves on fire to take you down with them. It would seem that within their cult, death is not something that needs to be feared, and is even encouraged if it serves their cause. In that regard, they are not so different from Horizon. Both are willing to sacrifice anything, even human life, in the pursuit of their vision. But the question still remains, what drives their desperation? After securing the courtyard, we move deeper into the castle, and among their scattered belongings, find a letter from the Patriarch addressed directly to us. Beware, like those you destroy, you too will become. A simple warning, or perhaps there lies a deeper meaning. In a secluded study area, we find yet another drone. By now it's clear, wherever 106 goes, these machines follow. As per usual, the drone begins uploading our memories, but this time, the name of the data package is far more revealing. It's titled Mission to Terminate Subject 91, and given that we have been sent here to eliminate the Patriarch, this could only mean that he is another numbered subject, like 105, Emerson, and us. But obviously in his case, he's no longer working for Task Force 27. Why he went rogue remains a mystery, but the drone provides an additional clue, a fragment of an internal 27 log that says, deploying 106 against Subject 91 is ill-advised, as there is a possibility of, then the message cuts off abruptly. It seems that there were some concerns about 106 in the Patriarch meeting, but whatever they were
about the same
cast
size as the
aside by
last
the
one.
need to terminate the latter.
Not bad, though. All right. Might be a little longer, but he's not
Inside
thicker
the
than that
castle's
last one.
medical
He's a
ward,
nice
you
little
find
girl.
out a bit more about the
Not
cult's
bad.
experiments. Using the bulletins of corpses supplied to them by Horizon, they seemingly discovered the secret to imbuing life, and through the use of lightning, alchemy, and faith, they now aim to build an entirely new being, a new creation, that shall serve as a testament to the boundless potential of their devotion to the Patriarch. Unnerving, but that at least explains the cult's grotesquely deformed faces. They have been using themselves as test subjects. At least they're better than Horizon in that regard. Speaking of Horizon, Dr. Kramer seems to have been supervising the cult's experiments, part of their collaboration project, but so far remains skeptical about whether any benefit will come of this. Their methods are concerning, to put it mildly. Before we can reach Subject 91, we must first deal with his right-hand man, the Enforcer, an ex-soldier who has devoted his life to the Patriarch and his cause. Unlike the other cultists, the Enforcer wears a thick suit of armor and wields a minigun, making him particularly durable and dangerous. During a heated battle, as bullets tear across the room, the Enforcer says something peculiar.
Drop it down underneath the floor.
He speaks as though we are a part of that shadow organization the Patriarch has waged war against. But can we really trust the words of a mad cultist?
Massive fish, bigger than anything I've ever heard of this bridge before.
Almost immediately after defeating the Enforcer, we are informed that Dr. Kramer has been secured by Task Force's Spectre 3 team, but his relief is short-lived, for Horizon's backups division suddenly descends upon the castle, and it doesn't seem like they're here to provide the local assistance.
Kill the dirty traitors.
Their orders are brutally clear: cover Dr. Kramer and destroy all evidence of Horizon ever being there. As Horizon and the cultists tear each other apart, 106 uses the commotion to his advantage and rushes towards Dr. Kramer and Spectre 3, who have been driven underground. On our way there, the director remarks that our vitals are spiking before the transmission gets interrupted by the Patriarch himself.
He's gonna try to get out. He's gonna go this way. He's gonna come this way. Come on. Get him out here. Wide open water. Wide open water. This is when we really start getting nervous. We had constant pressure on that face for several minutes.
The Patriarch's words carry an unfamiliar weight. For the first time in the game, 106 is addressed not as a tool or weapon, but as a kin. For a brief moment, it makes him hesitate, but then he remembers the mission. The cult is dangerous. They have committed acts of terror, and most importantly, they have collaborated with our sworn enemy, Horizon. Returning to the courtyard, we help Spectre 1 fend off more of Horizon's operatives. Before entering the other wing of the castle to find Spectre 3, who we have since lost transmission with. On our way to them, we find a note from Dr. Kramer, which explains how Horizon was able to arrive so quickly. Apparently, Kramer's vitals were under constant surveillance by Horizon, and in the event of a spike, a Black Ops team will be dispatched to wipe out everyone in sight. In what looks to be a training ground, we find the bodies of numerous Spectre 3 soldiers, which are then strung up like warnings. Among the mutilated corpses is Dr. Kramer, who the cultists seem to have made an example of as a punishment for his betrayal. The director doesn't seem to be the least bit concerned, not for Dr. Kramer or the squad that got wiped out, and simply notifies us that the team leader is still alive. But before we can search for him, the Patriarch makes an appearance.
guys, and see when I took it. You'd be hard-pressed to find a better bait than
Using the remains of
big
Spectre 1
chunk
Cedar,
of fresh
the cult had completed their unholy ritual and created this grotesque abomination, a towering amalgam of flesh, their own twisted version of a super soldier. It's strong, savage, and unrelenting, but still no match for 106. With Dr. Kramer dead, and the cult's experiments exposed, there is only one objective remaining, the Patriarch.
So I thought that's what I had on my mind. Yep. Better than the last one.
Now that we see him up close, the Patriarch's body is clearly not normal. That, coupled with his ability to teleport, suggests that he too has harnessed the power of their cult. The task force's soldiers are powerless against him, and their mangled corpses are made the way forward. Among their bodies, we find a serum that they carried into the castle, an aid for our
Justin threw his bag.
The compound further increases 106's dexterity, allowing him to wield a weapon in each hand for double the firepower. Chasing the Patriarch into the courtyard, we follow him down a secret underground passage into the very depths of the castle, only to find the entire place up in flames.
Oh my lord! Man, I wish those were in season. Look at that. No wonder I thought it was a big snapper. Check that out, guys. Big old monster trigger. Look at those teeth. Alright. Let him go back down. You'd be hard.
Speaks as if he has already been defeated, as if his and the cult's demise is inevitable. It's in stark contrast to his previous bravado, and almost sad in a way. But the Patriarch does not lament, for he has planted the seed to break the cycle, whatever that means.
What the?
That just scared him.
The Patriarch is unlike any enemy, faced with power and on top of this, he is not alone, with dozens of cultists rushing to his aid and hurling themselves at us in suicide.
I got no clue, but it was in his stomach and in his mouth. So I figured that's good enough for the liquid to stick out of his mouth and enough to catch a group.
The Syndicate, that's not the second time we've heard that name. It's the same group Horizon stole the money from. But how exactly are they tied to us? And what role do they play in all of this? After our toughest encounter yet, we finally managed to defeat the Patriarch. And in his dying breath, he once again mutters the phrase, so marks the end of our raid on Warfrem Castle. Continuing with our relentless quest to stop Horizon, we journey into the tundras of Siberia to yet another of their hidden black sites, Site 83, and it's undoubtedly the strangest one yet. Locals have reported sighting multiple giant craters in the area and have since been evacuated under the guise of a gas leak. Site 83 initially began as a Soviet military base in the 1970s, but was closed down following a catastrophic incident in 1986.
Alright, guys, we're dropping that
Of it all,
eel or snake or whatever it is down to the bottom.
unearthed beneath the facility. Its arrival brought with it a sort of inexplicable phenomenon that resulted in numerous disappearances and injuries. At first, Soviet scientists assumed that the cause was exposure to the crystal's fumes and mandated the use of gas masks when working near it. That seemed to keep things stable for a while, until I was just excited to catch something on that bait that we just found on the deck. Being inexplicably sealed within the base, never to be found again. Decades later, driven by ambition and blinded by curiosity, Horizons looked beside the warnings of the past and claimed the base for themselves, determined to unravel the crystal's mysteries.
Oh, big red. Not huge. Yeah, on the heel.
Erring on the side of caution, we descended to the compound, equipped with gas masks, but almost immediately lose signal with the director and the rest of the task force. Accompanying us on the mission are 2 Phantom Squad members, but something tells me they aren't going to be of much help. Entering the loading bay, the door behind us ominously shuts close, effectively sealing us in. Not off to a great start. Something feels off about this place, more so than anything prior. The flickering lights, the faint echo of laughter. It feels like we're constantly being watched. Even stranger is the fact that we haven't encountered a single Horizon member as yet. They normally would have had us surrounded by now. Rerouting the power to another locked gate, the system seems to go haywire, electrifying the door in front of us and bursting open a vent next to us. Climbing into the vent, the fan blocking our path conveniently just falls out, almost as if we are being led. On our way back to the team, we briefly spot a dense cloud of darkness heading in their direction. Rushing to their aid, we find that they have seemingly vanished into thin air. Our concerns are further raised by a long trail of blood on the floor, which drags us deeper into the facility. It leads us to a corridor stretching even more forward, and at its end, lies the lifeless body of a task force soldier. But before we can inspect it, the door slams shut. Whatever that thing was, it shattered our gas mask. But more importantly, we have now been transported to a completely different area, a bathroom filled with the brutalized bodies of Horizon soldiers in hazmat suits. Written in their blood on one of the mirrors are the words, "Don't run." On the walls, more of these phrases repeat like warnings. Can't kill them, and they're blind. This isn't just graffiti, it seems to be instructions. Advice on how to survive the ghost-like entity that stalks these halls. Sensitive to sound, blind, and untouchable. Moving swiftly and quietly, we see a past apparition and hear the familiar sound of buzzing. Another drone, but this time its interface looks different. The system seems to be glitching, or rather getting disrupted by another transmission. The message we receive is vague and almost taunting. It reads, "Your mission is nearing completion. Will it end on your terms or theirs?" Proceeding onwards, we encounter a first group of Horizon soldiers, but something is up about them. They seem extremely paranoid, far more than usual. They anxiously talk about how it is trying to separate and trip them, it presumably referring to the crystal. The entire unit is in disarray, with a large portion of them already being dead. Reportedly, the crystal is inducing further and sometimes violent hallucinations to all those who have come in contact with its gas. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to transport both items and people, which would explain what happened to us earlier. However, unlike us, most of the things transported by the crystal are taken to place inside the facility and down the basic landscape of detectable range. Following an incident where one of Horizon's guards was taken away by the crystal, an expedition team of 20 men was sent in to investigate. One by one, they approached the object and vanished. But things seem to have taken a turn for the worse, with all contact being lost with the team, and a sudden burst of gas being released from the crystal. It's not difficult to imagine what happened after. Stepping over the bloody corpses of Horizon's personnel, the screen suddenly distorts into static, and we are once again teleported. This
Service
time
job
somewhere clearly not a part of the compound, a dimly lit area of exposed wooden beams and rough flooring. It leads into a place awfully familiar, an endless yellow labyrinth of liminal space, separate from reality, the back rooms. This is where the crystal crystal was transporting all those objects and people. It's no wonder Horizon couldn't find the place. Alongside the bodies of Horizon's men are task force soldiers who must have also got pulled in since arriving. But aside from all the corpses, the place is horrifyingly mundane. Just vast empty spaces of monotonous yellow. It's maddening. As 106 begins wondering how he's ever going to escape this domain, we are suddenly attacked by a group of shadowy figures. But before they can do any real harm, we are pulled back into the facility. Odd, it's almost like the crystal was trying to help us. Picking up where we left off, we continue delving deeper into Site 83, until the automated box PA system says something strange. That's definitely not part of its
It's that time again, dreamers.
wonder if the crystal has somehow taken control of the system. That statement would coincide with its actions so far. But what exactly does it want from us? Arriving at an elevator shaft, we hear the faint voice of the Phantom Squad leader emanating from below. The lift doesn't appear to be working, so we try to divert more power to it, but doing so causes it to malfunction and collapse. After dealing with the Horizon soldiers who came to investigate the disturbance, we jump down the elevator shaft and see another distorted figure with a hole in its head at the end of the hallway. Unlike the other apparitions that we encountered, this one doesn't immediately attack us. It just lingers and watches. In the room adjacent, we make some disturbing discoveries. It appears to be a holding area of sorts, but inside the cells are traces of blood, human remains, and torture devices, power tools repurposed for nefarious means. Upon trying to leave the room, the door in front of us locks, and the shutters on the cells open, revealing more whole-headed ghosts who seem to be bound to this cruel place. The crystal once again saves us from harm, sending us back into the back rooms. This time around, we find a group of Horizon men who are still alive, likely the expedition they sent in. Against all odds, they've somehow survived. Though they're clearly broken, they rave about things moving in the shadows, and voices whispering from walls. Madness, perhaps, but it's not so easy to tell. We ourselves bear witness to the malevolence of the back rooms, vanishing entrances, shifting landscapes. It would be nearly impossible to navigate the place, let alone find a way out on your own. Luckily for us, we have an ancient powerful crystal on our side. Returning back to Site 83, we finally get a visual on the crystal, along with the rest of our squad, who seem to be erratically shooting their guns at, well, nothing. Despite being contained, the crystal's hallucinogenic gas still leaks through, and its sheer potency seems to have rendered the soldiers' gas masks useless. The ones who still have their wits about them are preparing to destroy the crystal using a 300 kilowatt laser, but things don't go as planned. These ghosts, for one reason or another, don't want the crystal to be destroyed, and in addition to massacring our squad,
I hope you put
they
it
are now
to good
preventing us
use.
from reactivating the laser. But then something strange happens. As Subject 106 kills Horizon's reinforcements, the crystal vaporizes their bodies, and then uses them to either appease or destroy the apparitions blocking the power boxes. This tells us that the crystal actually wants us to destroy it, and was leading us here for that very purpose. The realization makes it a bit easier to follow the director's command, but still, not everything about this makes sense, and perhaps it never will. Instead of destroying the crystal, seems to have rather set it free from its containment, resulting in this massive crater that caused the whole facility to vanish without a trace. Based on the fact that we miraculously survived the incident, paired with that message from the box system, I think it's fairly safe to assume that the crystalline anomaly still lives, wherever it now is. Stepping away from the supernatural for a change, our next mission takes us to another Allied task force base, Task Force 6-3 Central Command. They are purported to be under attack by Horizon mercenaries, and we need to hurry, as unlike 2-7, most of 6-3's personnel are non-combatants. For many on our team, this mission is personal. Some have worked for Task Force 6-3 in the past, others still count its members as friends. Arriving at the command center, we see that the situation is already dire. Dozens are wounded, and their director lies dead. Fearing capture by Horizon, he chose to take his own life to protect Task Force secrets, and urge the rest of his people to do the same. His escape becomes impossible, cold and calculated, very reminiscent to our own director. As per the previous director's orders, a soldier named Monitor has been appointed as acting command officer, and we are to aid him in the evacuation of any wounded. Despite the chaos, the troops here look to 106 with great reverence. To them, he isn't just another operative, he's 2-7's ace. With hope in their eyes, they readily join us to clear Horizon forces from the western cargo way. Before we can begin extracting the wounded, 106 hears a strange beeping noise coming from one of the crates. An ambush. Horizon got the jump on us, and have now destroyed two of the extraction points. The only one remaining is the eastern cargo wing. We have to hurry. Fighting our way through the mayhem, we hear a transmission from the man leading the raid on 6-3's base.
How many of you have died already? How many more have to die before you realize your leaders have abandoned you? They abused your loyalty and left you all behind to rot. So right now, right this very moment, you need to make a decision. Continue to fight and die, or lay down your weapons and surrender peacefully.
Rather than eliminating Task Force 6-3, Horizon's goal seems to be getting them to flip sides, and given the previous director's harsh orders, it's not hard to see why some may find this tempting. This is also not a new tactic, as among Horizon's ranks is a former Task Force 2-7 operative who defected after refusing orders to self-terminate on a previous mission. While he did betray us, it still doesn't feel good killing one of our own, especially given his circumstances. Arriving at the eastern cargo wing, we must fight hordes of Horizon's mercenaries to protect the last extraction point and Task Force 6-3's wounded. After driving their forces back, we hastily signal for a chopper to begin extraction, but yet again, our plans are foiled. With the seemingly hopeless situation getting worse by the second, the director shows just how brutal she can really be.
6-3, you need to cut your losses and extract and help your wounded. You can't just fighting of it, huh? Task Force agents can't follow dead hands. Captured or not, my men are loyal. 6-3, this isn't a question about loyalty. Horizon knows how to make anyone talk. 106, terminate them.
Inside the shipping containers lies the remainder of 6-3's wounded personnel, helpless, yet still clutching onto hope. Without chance of extraction, and seemingly no will of his own, all 106 can do is follow orders.
You gotta save my men. I ain't counting on you, Ace.
Are you looking for the fastest way to hunt the Sisters of Parvos for those insane rewards like the Ephemeras and Tenet weapons? Well, I figured out a way that makes it possible to get level 1 Sisters for that final confrontation. Your It really comes down to a brilliant strat involving the sequence of the Requiem mods with the Parazon when executing a sister or lich. Whether you're returning to Warfrem or someone newer to the game, I'll go over everything you need to know about hunting Sisters of Parvos.
Oh, no, you dirty tutor.
Before you can actually start a Sisters of Parvos hunt, make sure you have completed the War Within, Call of the Tempestari, and Deadlock Protocol, because we'll need the melee weapon from that quest, Joris, to do a mini-game within the Corpus mission called Grant of Void, which is part of the hunt process. And finally, reach Master Rank 5. It's a lot of prerequisites, but the rewards you get from the hunts are worth it. Now let's talk about Requiem mods. These are needed to figure out the Sisters of Parvos sequence with your Parazon when executing them. There are 9 Requiem mods total, 8 normal, 1 rare. There is Boss, Jahu, Brawl, Loke, Metra, Riz, Bohm, Jata, and the rare mod Ul, which is the most important one because it can imitate any of the others. And we'll be taking advantage of that to help speed up the hunt process. It seems like there are only 3 ways you can get an Ul at the moment. The first way is upon completion of the final sequence when executing a Lich or a Sister, which is 25%. It's not terrible, but it's not exactly great either. Another way is trading with players in-game. I highly recommend using Warfrem Market. I've seen them go for as low as 15 plat, but they can go up to 20 plus. For new players, please do yourself a favor and buy an Ul. You can do hunts without them, but it will take you so much longer to complete, and you can easily knock off an hour of the hunt just by getting one. Also remember, when buying a fresh Ul from a player, make sure it has 3 charges. If it doesn't, then that means it's been used. Just FYI. And the last method is transmuting 4 Requiem mods for the chance at getting 1 Requiem mod. It's basically Gamba, but if you don't want to pay the plat, I guess you could do this as your best option to get an Ul mod. You can also transmute the ones that have no charges as well. So how do you get Requiem mods? From Requiem Relics. Just go to your navigation and look for mission nodes that have a Kuva symbol. They're usually near the Kuva Fortress. If you take a look at these charts, Kuva Siphons have a 50% chance to reward a Requiem Relic, while Kuva Floods have a 100% chance to get it as a reward. Then just run a Requiem Fisher, and hope for the best you get one as a reward at the end of the mission. Requiem Relics can also be rewarded from executing Thralls during Kuva Lich hunts, and Hounds during Sister hunts. It's a 5% chance, but you'd be surprised on how often these drop. Next thing we'll go over is progenitors and how to know which Warframe to choose before you start a hunt. Use this chart to help you pick what Warframe you want, because that will determine the elemental damage connected to that sister's weapon, which can range from 25% all the way up to 60%. This will also affect the ephemera as well, which has a 20% chance to spawn on a sister or lich, so good luck with that.
I was at the end of my rope till I met you.
So how to start a Sisters of Parvos hunt? The best place will definitely be Hydra on Pluto, because it's a capture mission which is fast to complete. And I will show you the whole process step by step. So start Hydra on normal. For newer players, wait until a treasure spawns, which could be from 2 or even up to 5 minutes before it shows up. Kill it quickly so you can get a Zenith Granum Crown, which is like a Corpus Horn. Then complete the mission, so that way you could always have an extra crown for the Granum Void. Now I need to mention that the melee weapon Joris will be used in the Granum Void, just like in the quest The Deadlock Protocol, but you don't really need it since the rank 1 reward is required to spawn the candidate that has the Tenet weapon. But we're not going to do the Granum Void on this mission. All you're doing is getting a crown and then completing the mission, so that way you could always have an extra crown on you when you're doing sister hunts. Start up Hydra again, only this time immediately start looking for a golden statue with a terminal you can interact with. Insert the crown, go in the portal, and complete the Granum Void. Remember, you just need rank 1. If for some reason you're struggling on this, pick up the golden pyramids because they increase the timer. You can find them on the map, and they drop from enemies. The Joris is also nice here though because you can free the NPC allies with the AoE, and they increase the timer as well. After you complete it, a candidate will spawn that has the Tenet weapon. Make sure to capture the target if you haven't already, then head towards the exit until it spawns. You should also wait until the treasure shows up as well to get the extra Granum Crown. When the candidate finally shows up, do damage and the enemy will become down. Now you can check which Tenet weapon it has. If it's not what you're looking for, don't execute it and instead complete the mission. This will cycle out the weapon to make sure the candidate has something different the next time it spawns. And that is exactly why we always have an extra crown, because if you don't get the weapon you want, you don't always have to wait for the treasure to spawn. You're already going to have a crown that you can use on the statue. Rinse and repeat until you find the weapon you want, then execute. After completing the mission, you will be greeted by the sister and the orbiter, and some of them have funny quirks or personalities, so you might get some interesting dialogue. Go to your navigation and look for the Sister of Parvos icon on the bottom to check the stats. It will show the weakness and resistance, so remember to mod your weapon properly so you can actually do damage. And hopefully you got an ephemera as well, but we all know how that goes. Now go to the planet Venus and you'll see it has cyan clouds. Those missions are controlled by the sister.
A sector! Gosh, a sector's a big responsibility!
Basically, hounds will spawn in these missions, and you need to execute them to get something called murmur. Then you will see a circular gauge slowly start to fill up on the top of your screen. Once it is full, you will uncover the first Requiem mod for that Parazon sequence. Unlike thralls with glitches, there will be less hounds that spawn, but they do give you way more murmur. Don't worry about the sequence right now. Your main focus should be to uncover the first Requiem mod. There are 3 total you need to uncover. Just like in my Kubelich video, we'll keep this simple. The first mod you uncover we'll call it mod 1, the second is mod 2, and the third will be mod 3. So now if I say a random sequence for the Parazon like 213, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. As you go through these missions and execute enough of the hounds, this will enrage the sister. There are 5 stages: indifferent, annoyed, fuming, furious, and enraged. This will determine when the sister decides to show up in the mission. If the sister spawns in the mission before you uncover the first Requiem mod, just ignore her and continue doing missions until you uncover that first Requiem mod for the sequence. Now here's where the strat comes into play on how to get a Sister of Parvos at level 1. The first sequence combination of the Parazon should look like this from left to right. All in the first spot, the first Requiem mod we just uncovered in the middle, then followed by a random mod in the third spot. This should be your setup every single time you do a Lich or Sister hunt at level 1. Because Ool is 100% guaranteed to work, then mod 1 is the only Requiem mod we've uncovered, so it goes in the middle. And then a random mod in the third spot, which is just a placeholder for right now. Keep doing missions until the sister spawns again, but make sure you only execute 2 times because what we're trying to do is figure out the middle spot of the sequence. If it doesn't work at level 1, then she will level up, go to the next planet, and you repeat the process of executing more hounds until uncovering the second Requiem mod. So the sequence was Ool mod 1 random, then we'll change it to Ool mod 2 mod 1. But say if it does work and you figure out the middle spot at level 1, don't execute the third time. Instead, leave and complete the mission. This will keep the sister at level 1, and now we know what the middle spot of the sequence is, which makes this so much easier. Then once you uncover mod 2, switch that with the random mod in the third spot. So it should look like this. From Ool mod 1 random to Ool mod 1 mod 2. Now go for the full execute the next time the sister spawns and see if you get lucky with the sequence. Holy crap, level 1, dude! And if it doesn't work and you get the third spot wrong, then switch the combo from Ool mod 1 mod 2 to Ool mod 1 mod 3. Because the third spot of the sequence wasn't mod 2, then the only other choice for it to be is mod 3. And that will complete the hunt when executing the level 2 sister. It's process of elimination, and the fact that Ool automatically gives us the first spot for free means we can complete hunts twice as fast. The last 2 sister hunts I did live on Twitch were both under an hour while using this strat. And I guess I'll throw this in as well. If you're not using Ool, then I guess your first execute would be mod 1, random, and random. But I'm telling you, if you don't use Ool, you are most likely going to get it to level 5, especially if it's like your first few hunts. Holy crap, dude. Dude, level 5 is like a raid boss. As for the missions, I use Hydroid for survival, mobile defense, and interception. Hydroid's 4 ability locks down everything and is just the best option for interception in my opinion. Just built for max range. I was literally standing around waiting for a hound to spawn. He just makes the mission so much easier. Plus if you have the Profane Swarm Augment mod, survival is a cakewalk. You can just always keep your oxygen up without even trying. For defense, use whatever helps you complete it fast. Crowd control frames are nice, but can't slow down the mission, so keep that in mind. For capture, rescue, exterminate, sabotage, use what frames you have available. I usually go with both and run around with an AoE weapon, but you could use whatever you have available, like the Ignis, Glaxion, any Incarnate variant, or Prime weapon. And just about any Warframe will do, but if you're worried about dying all the time, then you could pick Valkyr, because she can go invincible. I also recommend using Loki on Spy for newer players, but with Cyphers, I could pretty much run that with both, no problem. Just remember to make Cyphers, because if you don't, then something like this might happen. I had it. Wait. Oh! Get off of me! When you finally guess the correct sequence when executing the sister, she will flee and be capped at that level. From the navigation menu, go to the Railjack mission icon and look for Neptune Proxima. There will be a node with the cyan clouds called Sister Confrontation. This is an Empyrean skirmish mission where players must eliminate a number of crew ships and Corpus security nodes before boarding the sister ship. If there are multiple squad members, each player's sister will spawn one by one until all of them are defeated. You want to do this in a group because you get corrupted keys for each sister defeated. You could get a total of 4. We'll talk more about that on this timestamp. Sisters in the final confrontation are protected by 2 random Warframe Spectres with their hound. She is invulnerable to damage until her guardians are defeated and has only 1 large health bar. Once you down the sister, you'll be given 2 choices to convert or vanquish the sister. Now here's how I go about figuring out which one to convert or vanquish. If the sister has an ephemera, vanquishing or converting her will reward you with the item 100% of the time. It just comes down to if you want the gun and the hound as well. In that case, you vanquish her, and then you will get the hound and the gun in your inbox. Then you can collect it in the foundry. But in my opinion, converting is the better option because you get the ephemera, a sister as a crew member with the ephemera, so it's kind of like a flex, and it looks cool, and you could even sell the sister for plat. And if it has a good weapon with high elemental damage as well, that can sell anywhere from 100 to 150 plat. If for some reason you don't really want the gun from the sister, but it has a high elemental damage and is a desired weapon, you can convert her to sell the sister's weapon for plat. Players are always looking for tenant weapons with high elemental damage so they can fuse it with their own. And if you still don't want to sell her, at least you can have them as a crew member, because some are actually pretty good. It just really depends on what weapon they have. Those are the only scenarios I can think of. I guess technically you wouldn't be maidenless anymore. So about those corrupted keys. After the sister confrontation, you will see a reward called corrupted keys. These are used to buy tenant melee weapons at the parent sequence syndicate at a relay. You can also get these from Void Storms, which are Void Fishers and Empyrean missions, aka Railjack. When in the relay in the parent sequence syndicate, talk to Ergo Glass and check out the merchandise. His stock will constantly change, so make sure to check it whenever you can. The elemental damage on these melee weapons will be random. Last thing I want to talk about is how to trade a sister to a player. Go to the dojo, then go to a terminal, but you want to look for something called Crimson Branch, and you can trade with players that are in the same area. And that is finally the end of the video. This took me a long time to make. If the guide helped you out, don't forget to like it for the algorithm and subscribe for more future Warframe content. As of right now, I'm trying to figure out what games to play, but Warframe is my main one right now. So if you want to see me play the game, I'll be streaming live on Twitch, and I will see you in the next video. Peace.
It is possible to simultaneously farm boosters, former, and endo in perhaps one of the cheesiest gameplay loot I'll ever bring to this channel. If that sounds like you've done a video, sit back, relax, and see how it's done. I'm the engineer. Let's solve a practical problem. The basic premise here is that most missions have a chance to spawn pirates and sculptures and faction-specific rare or reinforced storage containers, or rare crates for short. Iretons almost everyone will be familiar with, especially thanks to Maru's weekly Ireton Hunt and the endless analysis of sorties. Rare crates, however, you might have only seen sparingly. These containers emit a faint, high-pitched chime sound when you're near to them, just like hidden caches in sabotage missions. Inside, you'll find a booster, a faction resource, and sometimes a mantis partner imprint. The faction resource naturally depends on the faction. For the Grineer, it's a detonite injector, mainly used in the construction of weapons from the Chem lab in your clan's dojo. The Corpus is a fuel drop, again used for weapons from the Energy lab. The Infested don't seem to have such a crate, but the Orokin rare crate, such as in the Void, contains a build former. Now it's all well and good knowing these exist, but finding them can be a pain. For a recent poll I put out to the community, nearly 3/4 of responses said they'd found 8 or fewer rare crates ever in playing Warframe. Over a third of players had seen at most 2. The reason I set the limit on that poll at 8 crates is because of a recent live stream I did. In that one stream, over the course of 2.5 hours, we found 8 of these rare crates, and that's including your average live stream distractions and diversions. Suffice to say, I've got a strategy for you here that works. So, let's walk through the requirements, the process to optimize this, and ultimately, the results you can expect with this farm. The single biggest requirement is the helmet ability, Golden Instinct. This ability is unlocked with level 15 of the helmet system, making it no small investment to get to. However, without it, this whole farm will be so slow as to be practically pointless. Adding on to that, in order to get proper value from it, you should invest in 200% or higher ability range. The radius of Golden Instinct is a respectable 200 meters, but most missions are substantially bigger than this. Luckily though, once you pass the 400 meter mark, you're covering most of the possible configurations of the missions I'll be running in years, even if the extraction waypoint is still a much higher distance. This is because waypoints measure distance from door to door, but Golden Instinct is scanning in a perfect sphere all around you, bypassing pesky things like walls and map design. With a lower range of 200%, you risk missing too many rare figures with false negatives, so do make sure you pump this up. Even more range can be better for Warframes, but more confident. The other thing you absolutely need is you must have a decent loading time into missions. While taking 10 seconds or so to load a mission is fine, if your load time is half a minute in and half a minute out, this will completely ruin the farm for you. Now while these 3 things are enough to get you started, there are a number of extra steps you can take to help yourself out. Your choice of Warframe is important. Not only do you want to mod for high range, but a Warframe that can use that range, such as for crate busting or mobility, will be a great idea. Zaku, Limbo, and Lavos all fit this bill. On top of that, Lavos is a particularly great choice due to his third ability being able to reduce the cooldowns of his other abilities. This reduction includes the cooldown innate to Golden Instinct, allowing Lavos to uniquely cast it more frequently than any other Warframe. Aside from these 3, you can also use Wisp or Volt for team-wide speed, Titania for flight and speed, or Nova for wormholes if you're adept at using them. Further to this, modding for mobility is a grand idea. Parkour velocity, such as from Arcane Consequence, will enable you to cover maps even quicker, and speed is definitely the essence of this farm. You should also grab, if you can, the Parallax Landing Craft. You don't need the craft itself, rather the air support it comes with, Orokin Eye. This will mark any rare items within 150 meters that someone in the squad has yet to pick up. Be aware though, both Orokin Eye and Golden Instinct will also target Cephalon fragments, Somacord fragments, frame fighter data, and a Curia, so try to finish scanning any of those that spawn on the mission you'll be farming to avoid any false positives. But far and away, the most impactful, yet technically optional boost to this whole farm is to have some friends. While you can go this alone, a group of 4 players will have substantially better odds, better returns, and likely better sanity. So, with this all together, what is it you actually do with it? It's very simple really. For the core all-round farm, granting boosters, former, and endo, you load up the mission Hepit, the lowest level void capture mission. Immediately on spawning in, you attempt to cast Golden Instinct. If it triggers, you're in the money and have loaded a mission with something rare to find. If it does not, you abandon the mission and load a new one. This will already wipe out over 80% of missions, as they simply have nothing worth bothering with in this case. This is also why that fast loading time is necessary. For me, it takes just under 30 seconds to go from hitting repeat mission to loading in, attempting to scan, finding the area's barren, and leaving back to the screen I started on. If you've got a long load time, it's obviously going to be a lot longer for no gain at all. When you find a mission with a hit on Golden Instinct, your next step depends on if you have friends with you. You see, loading a mission with all of you in it is a complete waste of time. You don't need 4 people to check if one mission is valuable or not. Instead, all 4 of you split up to your own missions and do your own separate scans, fishing for rares. Whoever gets a bite from Golden Instinct first should then invite everyone else to join their mission. Naturally, you will need to have your mission set to friends only or invite only. If you set it to solo, you won't be able to invite your friends. Once everyone is in the mission, whether that's just you or you and 3 others, then you can go and do the mission. With more of you in the squad, you'll be able to split up casts of Golden Instinct to quickly narrow down the location of the rare item you're looking for. If you're alone, however, being Lavos will at least allow you to cast more often than with normal Warframes. To quickly narrow down where your prize is, head to the door between 2 rooms on your way to the capture target, or to extraction if you've already reached and caught the target. By casting in the doorway, you'll easily tell if the loot is still ahead of you, or backwards into a side room. For best results, try scanning in every second doorway along the path you're guided down so as not to overshoot by too much. If you're in a group, as soon as Golden Instinct Trail is no longer heading towards the mission waypoint, such as if it's now pointing away from extraction, then someone should use Oricon Eye straight away. If the loot you're looking for is within 150 meters, this will pick it up. If not, follow the trail for a couple rooms, cast Golden Instinct again to make sure you're still on track, and have the next person use their Oricon Eye. The cooldown on Oricon Eye is a fixed 10 minutes, or 5 minutes if you've reached Rec 2 Engineering Intrinsics in Railjack, so you probably won't be in the mission long enough to use yours twice. Having 4 players in the squad will skip around this cooldown as it's per person, so that allows you 4 quick uses without waiting. If you are solo, however, you will need to be more careful not to waste a charge. Use the same process of narrowing down the likely room or 2 that you need to be stood in before using your Oricon Eye air support. Now if you miss with the air support, or if you just don't have it, then you'll need to do things a little more manually. Use the loot radar on your minimap to look for unclaimed loot, as both iron sculptures and rare crates look identical to normal loot on the map. This is where a crate busting ability like Cataclysm, the Vast of Time, or Vile Rush can come in quite handy, or just good old AoE weapons. If you've done this right, in most missions it'll usually take you no more than 2 minutes to find the rare item. Occasionally it can take longer, with my worst time being just over 7 minutes due to waypoint issues. Once you find the rare item, pick it up and then scan with Golden Instinct again. This is very important, as a mission has a low but not 0 chance of spawning both an item and a rare crate. You'd hate to miss out just because you didn't check again. Once Golden Instinct confidently reports the area is barren, meaning you've looted all the rare items, it's time to extract and begin the cycle anew. Squadded players split up and resume independently fishing, while solo players just keep on doing the routine yourself. If you are doing this in a group, you will find that most of the time, either you or a friend will get a hit straight away. Like I mentioned earlier, over 80% of missions do not have a rare item to find, but in 18% of my test missions, something did pop up. Across 4 people then, there's a roughly 55% chance each round that at least one of you will have something. Once again, it's all in the speed of everyone else leaving their old mission, loading to the orbiter, and then taking the invite to join the mission of the player who did find something. In testing with a dedicated group, we managed to find and complete 18 missions in an hour with some kind of rare loot. That's 16 items for a total socketed value of 28,125 endo, and 2 rare crates giving us 2 former and 1 hour total of boosters. Doing it solo, I loaded missions and hunted of these rare items for 5 hours. Over the course of 344 missions loaded, 63 of them had something to find, granting a total of 96,900 endo from sculptures, which averages to just over 19,000 per hour, as well as 8 rare crates and 1 reinforced crate. These crates then granted 9 former, 8 lots of 30-minute boosters, and 1 1-hour booster. In case you were wondering, that's the only difference between rare and reinforced containers. The reinforced one drops a 1-hour booster rather than 30 minutes. These endo rates are best of most endo farms out there, falling behind only optimised runs of Vodgenoid or Sub Arbitrations. Mind you, this isn't all sunshine and roses. Let me cover the downsides for you. Firstly, it's a lot of mission loading and abandoning. In a group, it's plenty fine, as you'll be communicating with, and hopefully enjoy chatting with, your friends as you go. Solo, I will admit I was slightly losing my mind by about halfway through the 5 hours. At least for you lot, you won't need to record the results of every single mission you load, so you can just idly run this farm whilst watching something on the TV. The second thing to consider, Golden Instinct is great until it stops working. It'll try to trace out a path to guide you towards an item, but sometimes this can fail. If the path is blocked, such as rare items spawning in one of the Oricon time trial rooms, then Golden Instinct has a tendency to become very lazy. Rather than guiding you to the right room, it might just go straight through the walls. When that happens, all you can do is open up the full map and try to figure out where this unusual location might be, based on the direction Golden Instinct went. Often, it's a challenge room, but sometimes the rare item is just placed on a ledge, and Golden Instinct immediately gave up. Thirdly, if you were paying attention to the results there, you may have noticed that both in a group and solo, it averaged 1 hour of boosters earned for 1 hour of mission running, only going beyond that on one stream. If you're only looking for boosters or only looking for former, this is not a good farm. You'd be better served farming platinum from opening relics or some other process and using that to buy former and boosters. However, if your goal is also to farm endo, then the boosters and former become a cherry on top that you can use as and when they appear. A sudden 1 hour affinity booster can allow you to take a break from the endo farm and level up some new gear in half the usual time. Like much of Warframe, the more farms you can benefit from simultaneously, the better off you usually are. And finally, as much as playing in a group makes this farm faster, it's only faster than solo if you're in an efficient group. If someone's got slow loading times, or someone's dragging themselves to extraction, making everyone else wait, this will again drop your rates. This is why I suggest only doing this farm with friends. If you try doing this with randoms, it might end up getting toxic. Now, if you're not fussed about former, there are a couple other missions you can look at to do this same farm in a different environment. The first is you can head over to Mariana on Earth. It's a very short, exceedingly low-level Grineer mission that's perfect for rare hunting. Alternatively, head to Skryim on Phobos, a quick, low-level capture mission against the Corpus. These two missions have the benefit of not having Origin challenge rooms, as well as being a small source of detonite or field drum respectively, at the cost of no former and no armor crystals. So all said and done, this is an odd strategy and a very cheesy one, given we're constantly citing missions. Still, it is undeniable that it is a source of endo, former, and boosters all in one. If you want to take a more detailed look at my research, all the more in-depth data from my testing is available over on my Patreon. The link for that is in the video description. That's all from me for now.
Never ever said.
Have you ever looked at a fictional gun in a video game?
The Goliath Tiger Fish is the ultimate freshwater predator. I'm going to have to draw on all of my past experiences to catch one.
Basically, I've got some pretty serious treble hooks, and I'm using this kind of line. If I was just to use ordinary fishing line down to the hooks, the Goliath Tiger Fish is just going to chop straight through it. So I'm using this kind of stuff. It's a breaking strain of 135 pounds.
The Goliath Tiger Fish is the ultimate freshwater predator. I'm going to have to draw on all of my past experiences to catch one.
Basically, I've got some pretty serious treble hooks, and I'm using this kind of line. If I was just to use ordinary fishing line down to the hooks, the Goliath Tiger Fish is just going to chop straight through it. So I'm using this kind of stuff. It's a breaking strain of 135 pounds. The bait went round the corner. I lost sight of the float. And I just pulled on the line. I was retrieving it, and suddenly there's a wrench on the rod. Ah, look at that. That's a tiger fish. That fish was on for 2 or 3 seconds. That's sort of half the course of these fish, but I'm just looking up the wire here. You can see that's, you know, as it was running away, you know, the slime of the fish, some of it sort of left itself on the wire trace there. That's the kind of thing you'd expect to see if you're shark fishing. This is fresh water. Something down there just bit this fish right in half. That's what they do. That's what they do. That's another fish.
I have no idea what this will involve, but for a small payment, I'm hoping you can change my fortunes.
What he's asking for is success in the fishing, but also protection for the fish. This is a dangerous fish. I'm actually quite superstitious at times. You know, you do something which actually, you know, technically has no bearing on your fishing, but you have a good result. Fish on! Red! The net! Okay. That's the point. We're going to see the fish very soon. Going to see the fish very soon. There it is. That's a good fish. Look at that. The net, the net, the net. Careful, Fred. Careful, careful, careful. Stop. I got it. Okay. What are we going to worry about now? Is it biting his way out? We got the fish. Ah, those teeth. That will just take lumps out of other fish, it will take lumps out of crocodiles even, and there are stories well documented about taking lumps out of people. There we go. Fresh water. Monster this thing is.
I head out, knowing that I'm on the trail of a creature with such a fearsome reputation that the local fishermen refuse to fish with it. My gear is too heavy to cast, so I have to adapt. For bait, I'm using armoured catfish, which I float out underneath a bottle and I release by pulling sharply on the line. Jose has a hand line attached to the bottle, which he retrieves after the bait is dropped. Perfecto.
Swap these oars. Swap these oars. There we go. So the bait is actually gone. Something actually pulled that off.
Whatever is down there seems to be onto me.
Okay,
Okay, so Limbo has been a staple of Warhammer channel ever since I started it. He was the first Warframe we covered.
Gabriel Gates, the interesting little fellow you may know from his performance of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star for someone under 18, has found himself in more and more leaks and controversies, and now with this Today on Applied Science, I'd like to show you this atomic force microscope.
On May 2nd, 2016, tens of millions of people decided this game was dead before it even came out. It was reveal trailer day for Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, and after years and years of futuristic COD games, the fans were begging for a return to the present day. They wanted to have their boots on the ground, they wanted realistic scenarios with relatable characters, they wanted their franchise to return to the form shown by the likes of COD 4 and Modern Warfare 2. So, the trailer drops. Let's have a gander at it, shall we?
If you're like me, and for the past couple months, so we are back.
Oh, hi, Mark.
So, we've done it.
Today we're taking every single catfish bait we can find inside Bass Pro and turning it into one absolutely disgusting mix. I'm talking stink bait, cut bait, worms, chicken, things that were never meant to be in the same bucket, all getting dumped together into what might be the strongest catfish bait ever made, or possibly the nastiest mistake we've ever created. And we're not just mixing it for fun, we're putting it to the test to find out one thing. Does combining everything actually give us an advantage? Or are we about to waste a full day of fishing and hundreds of dollars for something no fish on earth?
Log it.
There's only one way to find it.
That's right, guys. We're getting ready to walk in here and buy every single catfish bait that they have. Or, I mean, we see something else that they got, we'll just throw it in there too. Alright, so we're going to mix everything they got. No ifs, no ands, no buts about it. If they got it, we're mixing it together. Last time we did this, it went pretty well. How do you think this is going to turn out? It's going to go good. We'll see what happens. Alright, I definitely think you want me to beg you for this. Shopping, a little carrying cart ain't going to do it. Dragging on it, might have to get one in, pull it on a trailer, you know what I'm saying? Alright, we're looking around here. First of all, we got to find the catfish bait. Like plastics and stuff like that. We could mix that stuff too. It would potentially not be good for the fish, so we're not going to do that. Catfish, catfish, catfish. We're already, there's a comment in here, Bass Pro, on freaking bait. There's actually good bait. We're also going to pick up some other stuff because mixing this is going to be crazy. And yes, this right here does count. So we're going to be getting all these, but we're going to wait till the end. We don't want worms just buried under a big mess of catfish stuff. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. And there has to be more than this, right? There's more than this, right? We'll make sure there's more than this. We'll have to add more than that. But anyway, guys, as you can see here, alright, we're not messing around with this. This isn't something you click on and it's like, oh no, that's not really what we're doing. We're doing it. It's happening right now. Okay? You see all this? You see this? Freaking emerald shiners in. You see cut shad in. You see wildcat chicken liver also in. See wildcat blood in. This is going to keep going for a long time. So a lot of these are going to be blood, catfish blood, but we're going to mix all the blood together. I don't know what kind of blood they are. These are daggone suckers. Look like chub finish. Look like little chub. That's what I call chub. We'll take a closer look at those, I guess. These are hand wipers. We'll probably need some of those. Not just hand wipers. We'll need something else. Man, they actually don't have as much as I thought they did. So this is bait pump. So this is sand sonar. That's more. Is that more like a dye? We'll get it. We'll get it. We're just going to mix all this stuff. Okay? We'll spike it. We're getting it. We just got this. And now we've made our way down here to the bottom. This is again blood, bit bait. Watch out, Zach. Alright, Secret 7. We're going to be throwing that in there as well. I've seen a lot of people that are launch influencers. They've made me want to buy Secret 7. I don't know if it actually works that good, but you want to see. Shad bit bait. Catfish strong. This is catfish strong. I've never heard of that. You know that. We'll try it though. So we going scents, and we might as well. We're here. This is blood spray. Like put it in this bottle, kind of spray like that. We'll get that in there. We got powerful fish attractant. I don't know. It says Mojo. That's the same people that makes like the duck big oil and stuff. Scent shad, crawfish scent, garlic scent, garlic, magic fish oil, master monster bait, or CJ's bait color. I'm telling you guys, I'm going crazy. Alright, I'm losing it. Mostly because I can't believe how much money I'm about to spend. CJ's Bait Co. Never heard of this one? Catfish, shad, lunch bait. I got a clue. Forget it. Alright, sudden impact, fiber enriched catfish bait. Fish oil, garlic. We'll take that one. We'll take crawfish. We'll take, I won't be doubling up. I won't get anything with unfair advantage here. Okay, we got those. We got bait fuel. You don't like spray? Alright, now I think these down here are just bigger containers than what we already got. But, I don't know, let's see, this is Fisher's Choice crickets. They got crickets. They gotta have those. And then straight long stripe. I don't know what it is, but it's going in the bin. I always forgot this stuff. Alright. Well guys, I think that's pretty much, do we get this stuff? We get this? Oh, can't forget it. Can't forget this. Well, we forgot all this stuff. What in the world, how could we do that? Alright guys, I think that's everything right here in the catfish section. Look at that. That's right. You boys buying all of it. We're about to mix it together. But first, let's look around, make sure there's like no